YouTube good ni ay.
Sili yan desktop
Di
mo
ba?
share.
Nag-ano ko sa YouTube na.
I-share mo siya dati sa screen sa Facebook. Okay, ginawa.
Magay, na-share gani na siyang Facebook niya. Nag-live naman ko sa YouTube, nagikan sa Teams.
Kasabta sa isa dyan, dugay na mga kinabatawa na dito. Ay, mo nang
Kinig mag-share mo nga kaya introduce man sa desktop. Wala nang nagdawag sa yung desktop dito. Mo mga favorite.
Na-share gani. Naka-share na gani. Niya nag sa YouTube, maguding tingog kung di ka pun ko. 30 currently viewers.
Pila?
30. Regardless, Elementaries Dinas District. Hayag South
Reply
District.
daw, Ki.
Kipan.
Wala gisbuk tampa.
Gani ka rin sabihin mo, napadulong na daw siya.
Nag-hike mo yung sigot.
Mas matingalan tag masayo na.
Aka na. Pay tanong aday sa.
Taas pa siguro kinayahan ko ang Baguio regime.
Patay mong ban.
No, mabili ilang. Wala daw dili gid na siya.
Oo.
O kaya naman na kami sa
Basta bitaw kauban eh. Basta bitaw kauban mo kwarto si M. Ay suga pag hero-hero nga. Ikaw una, ayaw gyud ka pag hero-hero na. Late ka.
Ang event mga lasod sumata kag lasing ko ligo mo kanin
Dapat
siya
pag may digil ni mo sa hospital. Ikaw na una sir. Digil na mo sa hospital nga.
patay.
Okay, okay.
Lagi 1 hour na kapin, 1 hour kapin dito
Pero
ba
mas
siya?
bintong ba nga magka-roommate ko tanang bintong. Yun sila siya na. Una mong tulog ba kay ako'y mga unang tulog. Hindi mo katulog na. Kaya gusto ka mo ako.
Asikas lang puli.
Sige na Dan.
Tungod ko rin pa ba?
Inaw niya na lang udto.
Pero nakit ano niya yung still eyes no?
Wala gid ma'am. Later na to ba na kay boss mas later. Sige na tindi to. Tindi. Si Ma'am Balde may musurya una dam no?
Mamangay ko yan na.
Abi na mo kunahon ang closing. Mark, na-download na nimo ang DOP.
Sige, sige Dan. Pina, asa ni play?
Quality morning, everyone, and happy Women's International Day. Welcome to the online orientation for teacher applicants with our public schools district supervisors and public school heads. This is just the start of a very complicated and competitive selection for our new teachers here in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. I know that every one of our audience today is very much excited and hopeful to kick off this event. Thus, without further ado, may I request everyone to please stay still and sing our national anthem, followed by our invocation. Our program today is someone who will be retiring from government service soon. Yet she remains to be someone with still so much energy, heart, and ideas to offer for others and the Department of Education as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Vismita Valde, for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Therese. Good morning to our dear Schools Division Superintendent, Maharani M. Jacinto. Good morning also to our very own ESDS, Raymond Salvador, and also to all our working committees who will be working hard for this endeavor. Another year has come for the Division Selection Committee to exercise the guidelines and procedures as stipulated in the different DepEd memorandums in the screening and selection process for the teacher applicants for school year 2021-2022. Zamboanga del Sur Division has a unique innovation as far as implementation of this process is concerned. We have competent people from the schools, districts, and division office who are responsible in the delivery of different screening procedures, and we hope that all our applicants will keep abreast of all of this. To our dear teachers who will aspire to join the Department of Education, this is to inform you that in this generation, the competition between and among you is very keen. Keen in the sense that 100 of vacancies will be applied by more or less 1,000 of applicants. That's why I advise you to be good and strive for excellence. Though the slot for teaching item is so limited, however, I urge you not to tempt anybody for any silver or gold in exchange to your desire to get an item. To all our key officials who will be responsible in carrying out this process, please be friendly to all our applicants, and in advance, I would like to congratulate all of you for making all things possible for this endeavor. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you for that very powerful message, Ma'am Valde. Now I know that I have said before that we are all very excited to kick off this program today. And at this very moment, let us have our first speaker on board. He is one of the most dynamic and hardworking supervisors here in the Zamboanga del Sur Division. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Florencio Caballero.
Morning, everyone, to our dear Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and of course, backed by her equally competent Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond Salvador, and of course, Dr. Visminda Valde, to our two chiefs, Dr. Tardo and Dr. Magallanes, as well as the education program supervisors in this division, to the resource persons of this endeavor, and of course, to the men behind the preparation of this virtual orientation, the ICT team in the division of Zamboanga del Sur, headed by the wonder boy of Zamboanga del Sur, Chester Don Bayukot, and to our moderator, the beautiful Mistress Angelica Mache, to the participants who are viewing from the YouTube and of course from the Google Teams, to everyone, good morning, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maayong buntag kanatong tanan, gumpia si Salom tadlawnan ta sa atong mga kaigsuonan nga subanen, especially the teacher applicants for IPN. Today marks another activity in preparation for the most awaited part in the life of our teacher applicants in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. According to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, the items are very few, yet we have to conduct this orientation because there are some of our teachers who are also retiring, and of course, there will be vacancy of the items. Again, my task this morning for our virtual orientation is to discuss DepEd Order number 50, Series 2016, the hiring guidelines for Teacher 1 positions in schools implementing Indigenous People's Education or IPED. Actually, this order was effective school year 2016-2017 and onwards. So let's fasten our seatbelts, especially the IPED applicants, because this DepEd order is for you. The rest of the applicants may also enjoy watching and learning from this DepEd order because there are items here which are similar to the contents of other DepEd orders, which will be discussed after my talk. So let's proceed. I will not anymore discuss in thorough other sections of this DepEd order because it will eat lots of our time, and besides, those sections do not concern the applicants anymore. There will be a special orientation for the demo teaching observers and interviewers apart from this virtual orientation, because this orientation is actually for the applicants only. So may I just jump to section 4, which is the basic rules on hiring. This item is similar to the rest of the DepEd orders, which will be discussed. However, I need to discuss this because I'm the first one on board. It says here, the basic rules on hiring and deployment of teacher positions. Public school teachers requesting for transfer to another station are not considered new applicants. Bear that in your mind, that if you are already an organic member of the Department of Education and you wish to transfer to other station, you shall not go through the process just like the other teacher applicants, because there is a certain DepEd order that governs those transfer, and that is DepEd order number 22 series 2013, otherwise known as the revised guidelines on the transfer of teachers from one station to another, and that shall be strictly observed. Upon a teacher's appointment, remember, I used to crack jokes on this part. I usually said simbakog ma-hire mo, assignment to a station and acceptance of the position, you shall not be transferred to another school until after rendering at least 3 years of service in that school. So klaro ha, klaro. Because there are newly hired teachers whom I knew that after a year, they asked me if they can transfer to another school. Though it has been actually discussed during their orientation prior to the release of their orders that upon accepting the position, the teacher shall serve or render at least 3 years of service in that school. So again, that's clear. Residents of the locality, LGU-funded teachers, substitute teachers, volunteer teachers, and Philippine Business for Education graduates under the 1,000 teachers program. I do not know if we still have stocks of teachers under 1,000 teachers program. They shall still be subject to these hiring guidelines. Kung baga, no one is above these DepEd orders. Everyone shall undergo the process if you wish to apply. As provided in Section 26, Paragraph 2 of RA 9293, entitled An Act Amending Certain Sections of Republic Act numbered 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994. Teachers who have not practiced, take note, teachers who have not practiced their profession for the past 5 years shall be required to take at least 12 units in education courses consisting of at least 6 units of content courses. So take note, if you have not practiced your profession for the past 5 years, you are required to take certain units in education before you can be appointed. Let's continue. Applicants who already applied for the initial round of hiring per DepEd Order number 7, Series 2015 and DepEd Order number 22, if necessary, shall no longer resubmit their documentary requirements but may submit additional supporting documents to update their points. A new application letter shall also be submitted specifying the school they are applying to. I need to clarify this item, section 5.1. In the previous years, because we received lots of new items from the central office and allocation to Zamboanga del Sur, there was a time that applicants and applying for teaching position under DO 7 were exhausted, and so we resorted to employ another DepEd order in order to hire more teachers to fill the vacant positions, and that DepEd order is DepEd Order 22. Now, if a certain applicant did not qualify under DO 7, so they will be subjected to DO 22. I don't know if this will happen this year, considering that we have meager number of items. I do not know yet about the certainty of the number of items for Zamboanga del Sur. What I am certain of is that there are some items due to the retirement of some teachers. Now, if an applicant wishes to apply for IPED schools, actually, I also need to clarify this. There are some applicants who are asking me if how many IPED items are available. Now, to tell you the truth is, we do not have a specific IPED applicant, IPED item. Wala. They are regular items. However, in the event that a particular school has a vacancy and that school happens to be an IPED implementing school, then the applicant which are qualified under DO 50 for the hiring guidelines of IPED teacher applicants, they shall be assigned to a school or an IPED implementing school whenever there is vacancy to that school. So that's clear, ha? Wala po tayong specific na IPED teacher items. Wala po. Magkaroon lang po tayo ng item for IPED in the event the IPED implementing schools have vacancies. Okay. So to continue, new applicants shall register to the department's online systems of at application.deped.gov.ph. I assume that you have already registered from that online site so that your name will be captured in the list of teacher applicants. Doing so, you will be given or you will be issued a UAN or unique applicant number, which you will also use in the submission of your documents for application. So I guess the rest are not any more important, so we will proceed to the next slide. New applicants shall submit to the school's division office or to the school head of the elementary or secondary school where a teacher shortage or vacancy exists. So if for the applicants, if you sense that this particular school is needing more teachers, so better submit your application to that particular school where your community belongs, because there is a greater chance that that particular school will need teachers. And you are going to submit your application documents to the school head or to the district where that school belongs. And these documents are needed. I guess I do not need to discuss each item in here because you already received or read the memorandum specifying the documents that you need to submit for this hiring, considering also that we are still in the pandemic time. This DepEd order actually was released before pandemic, so there are changes. So just please be guided as to what documents are you going to submit. Well, anyway, perhaps after my talk or after there is a particular session where those documents will be discussed in thorough by some resource persons. Okay, so next. Okay, I need to highlight item letter J in this particular order, DepEd order. It says there that omnibus certification of authenticity and veracity of all documents submitted shall be signed by the applicant. So meaning, once you submit your documents, you assume full responsibility of the authenticity and veracity of those documents. Meaning, if you included falsified documents in your application, so you will really have to face the consequence. You have to be held accountable for submitting falsified or similar documents which are not actually acquired legally. Next. Now, this is these are the criteria in the selection of teacher 1 for IPED. Take note that this differs from the other DepEd order. I have received feedbacks from the field stating that accordingly, those who applied for IPED have acquired more points than those who applied at the regular. So actually, these are the criteria that we adhered to in reviewing your documents. Education, if we are going, later I am going to compare the differences between DepEd Order 50 and DepEd Order 7, the usual DepEd order that we adhere to in the selection process. But in here, let me show to you first the criteria under DepEd Order number 50, the hiring guidelines for IPEd teacher applicants. In DO 50, education is only 15 points. Teaching experience, 10. The LET and PBET rating, I do not know if we still have PBET passers. Siguro, murag wala na. So, LET is 15 points. Specialized training and skills, 15 points. Other DepEd orders, this is only 10. Interview for the IPEd is 20 points. Demo teaching for IPEd applicants, 20 points. And the English communication skills or the EPT is only 5 points. Total 100 points. So ito po yung DepEd Order 50, specific for IPEd applicants. If we are going to compare DepEd Order 7, the usual DepEd order that we adhere to in the ranking of teacher applicants, next please. Oh, this is DepEd Order 7. If you, as you can see there, the education under DepEd Order 7 is 20 points. Whereas in DepEd Order 50, it's only 15. And then the teaching experience, 15 for DO7, yet only 10 for DO50. For LET results, they are the same because we cannot actually dictate civil service. It's their standards. Specialized training and skills for DO7, only 10 points. However, for DO50, 15 points. Interview for DO7, 10, but for DO50, 20. So there is a big difference. During the interview of IPEd applicants, they shall undergo the language of the Subanen during interview, and Subanen speakers will be tapped to serve as their interviewers. For the demo teaching, for DO7, only 15, but for DO50, it's 20. And for the EPT or the English communication skills, for DO7, 15 points, but for DO50, it's only 5 points. So you can see the difference. And of course, if you qualify to apply for DO50, then you better also try your luck. Now, let's go to how education will be computed for DO50. As you can see there, if the GWA is between 1.2 to flat 1, the equivalent points is 13. Now, I guess at this point you might ask, why only 13? If I got the highest grade of 1, flat 1, then I only get 13 points. Even if the education is 15 points in all? Yes, because there is a provision in the next slide that if you happen to graduate with a doctoral degree, then that's the time you can get a maximum of 15 points. Okay? And I guess, siguro, I do not need to dwell so much on the distribution of the percentage. By the way, if the percentage rating used by the school is, if the percentage rating is used by the school, then the following table of equivalence shall be used, with 1 as the highest and 3 as the lowest. So kung baga, kung 75 ang grado, then that is equivalent to 3. The GWA is 3. And we will refer to the upper table that if the GWA is 3, then the equivalent point for that is only 10 out of 15. Next. Applicants with non-education degrees shall be rated using their GWAs in their baccalaureate degrees and the 18 professional education units. Okay. Like for example, if you happen to take up criminology in your baccalaureate degree and after graduation, after graduating your criminology, you have you change your mind and you want to teach, and therefore you enrolled at least 18 professional units in education for you to qualify to take the LET. Now, if that is the case, then your non-education degrees, your non-education degree GWAS will be considered in the computation in addition to the 18 professional units that you got in education. If the school issues a certification of GWA with a corresponding percentage rating that does not conform to the above table, the committee shall refer to the grading system of the school. For example, those who graduated in La Salle, whose grading system is different from the other schools, then we have to make a transmutation table for that. Okay? Now, this is one of my observations that when we ask the applicants for their GWA, especially those with non-education degrees, ang GWA nga isubmit nila katulang GWA sa PEC or professional education courses nila, which is certainly usually higher or bigger than the GWA in their non-education degree or in their baccalaureate degree. So actually what we did was, though it's tiresome on our part to really compute the GWA of the baccalaureate degree, but we cannot do otherwise. We will assign somebody to compute the GWA with your PEC together with the GWA from your baccalaureate degree. Okay? For applicants with a master's degree, be it Master of Arts or Master of Science, shall be given 1 point. Dapat master's degree, dili pwede katong car lang, ha? Dili pwede ang car. You must be a graduate of a certain master's degree. Shall be given +1. Dito na po yung sinabi ko kanina, kung flat 1 po yung GWA ninyo, you will only get 13 out of 15. But if you are a master's degree holder, then you will be given +1, making your score 14 out of 15. And further, if you are a holder of a doctorate degree, be it PhD, ADD, DTE, or whatever ADD, wala lang labot ng RIP, shall be given +2 points. So making your score 15 to the maximum if your GWA is flat 1. Okay? Or 100 for the percentage scores. Applicants shall be given +1 point for each of the following that they satisfy. Ito po yung EDs ng mga IPED applicants. Kung IP po sila, ito po yung EDs nila. They shall be given 1 point additional for each of the following that they satisfy with a baccalaureate thesis related to IPED. I have actually received invitations from students who are conducting research related to IPED because I am the IPED focal person in Zamboanga del Sur. So, of course, I have heard some students conducting research related to IPED. So, if they happen to graduate from their baccalaureate degree with a research related to IPED, then they shall earn an additional 1 point. Those who are undergoing master's degree or holders of master's degree and their thesis is related to IPED, again, another +1 point. And if you happen to be a doctoral degree holder and your dissertation is related to IPED, then again, you will be given additional 1 point. However, if the total points you garnered exceeds 15, then the maximum rating of 15 will be given to you. Hindi pwede na if the aggregate total is 17 for education because you have so much degrees, then you will be given 17. No, because in education, the maximum points to be given is only 15. I hope that's clear. And I guess for the applicants who are planning to apply for kindergarten, then you must have obtained any of the following degrees or its equivalent. Bachelor in ECE, Bachelor of Science in Preschool Education, Bachelor of Science in Family Life and Child Development, Bachelor in Elementary Education with specialization in kinder, preschool, or childhood education, Bachelor in Elementary Education, major in teaching early grade, or Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science degree in discipline allied to education such as psychology, nursing, music and arts, etc. with at least 18 units in the content courses or subjects in early childhood education. So that's the additional requirement for kinder applicants. Now, let's go to the teaching experience under DO 50, which is for our IPED applicants. This is 10 points maximum. Okay, teaching experience, 10 points maximum. Unlike under DO7, where this teaching experience is 15. Teaching experience in early childhood or kindergarten, elementary, secondary, tertiary, or higher education, special education, alternative learning system, TVL education, learning institutions offering culture-based education programs for IP learners even prior to passing the LET shall be given. Ito, yung maganda for the IP applicants. Kasi 0.5 point for every month of service. Sa DO7, 0.15 lang po ang points nila per month. Pero sa DO50, for IPED, 0.5 per month. Now, all experiences will be counted. Pwera lang po doon sa experience sa ano ba yan sa DSWD na ano nila schooling. Kasi ang sa atin, sa kinder, sa atin na po yan. Doon po sa mga preschools, sa ano hindi po counted 'yon. Ang counted lang natin doon I'm saying preschool. Preschool is also counted. Basta you just have to submit your teaching experience so that it will be counted. It will be reviewed by the selection committee. There are questions raised asking if the experiences by a certain applicant through yung 5-1 Talk, Native Camp, yung mga online teaching that will be subject to the decision of the DSC, and we will also try to see the document that will support to that claim. Okay, I guess for illustration purposes, if you are having 8 months experience teaching in any of those mentioned institutions, you will be given 4 points. For 10 months, 5 points. Take note, 1 school year is only 10 months and not 12 months. Kasi 1 school year, may break po kasi na 2 months. So kaya nga, we count 1 school year as 10 months, and therefore, if you have rendered 1 school year, it is only 5 points. The full 0.50 point per month of teaching experience shall be given to applicants who have come from schools and learning institutions that serve IP learners and are either of the following: government accredited or recognized school, not recognized but is known to the division to be operating a community-based education program for IP learners that is in good standing with the community. I guess I need to highlight this part because in Zamboanga del Sur, we have schools, community-based learning institutions serving IP learners, particularly in the area of Midsalip. The MSMI or the Midsalip Subanin Ministry Incorporated. This is a community-based learning institution that caters IP learners. So if an applicant has an experience teaching learners under this institution, then they shall enjoy this experience counted. As well as those who have served in the ALS or the Alternative Learning System, their experiences will also be counted. Certificates of employment shall be used to determine validity of teaching experience. So do not forget to submit your certificate of employment. Okay? So your claim for teaching experience will be counted. Continuation to the teaching experience of kindergarten volunteer teachers. I don't know if we still have this KVT and LGU funded teachers. Yung mga LGU hired teachers shall merit additional points on top of their score they obtain from the above point system. O ito pa, may pabonus para sa mga KVT, kinder volunteer teachers, as well as the LGU funded teachers. Now, ito ang maganda for the IPED kasi even if the experience rendered is less than 1 year, example, if they have served 1 month, then they will be given 1 point. Unlike in DO7, that the requirement is much higher than this. Now, if the teaching experience is from 1 year to less than 3 years, then they will be given additional 2 points. If they have served for 3 or more years as KVT or LGU funded, then they will receive additional 3 points. However, again, if the total aggregate scores under teaching experience is more than 10, then the applicants shall only be given a maximum of 10 points under teaching experience. Wala pong labis dyan. Now, let's proceed to the LET result. I know that you can compute your equivalent score under LET because you know your rating already. So if your LET rating is 87 and above, then you will get the maximum 15 points. If your LET rating is between 83 to 86 inclusive, then you will be given 14 points. 79 to 82, 13, and 75 to 78, you will be given 12. However, for PEBET, pero I don't know kung naapa ba'y PEBET na habilin. Well, anyway, for PEBET, medyo mababa lang ang requirements kasi if you got 82 and above, you will get the maximum 15 points. Okay? And if you got a rating of 70 to 73 in your PEBET, then you will earn 12 points. So ganun lang po ang LET at saka PEBET. Next. Specialized training and skills. Kung mapapansin ninyo, sa ibang DepEd order, particularly DepEd order number 7, ang specialized training and skills, 10 points lang. Pero dito sa DO50, it is 15 points. Specialized training for skills development related to implementing IPED shall be given a maximum of 15 points. Tumataginting na 15 points. In the assignment of points, these are the breakdown. Presentation of a certificate as participant in a training directly related to IPED or mother tongue-based multilingual education. 1 point per day of training attended. See? Malaking bintahan na po ito sa mga applicant. I remember I had one applicant, I guess if I am not mistaken, from Bayug, who participated in our IPED training because that time it happened na that certain applicant was a substitute teacher of an IPED implementing school and therefore napabilang po siya doon sa mga participants sa training namin ng IPED. Kaya nung nag-apply siya, nakita po namin na may certificates siya directly related to IPED. Kaya po, counted po yun. I remember 1 point per day of training and that was 3-day training. So therefore, may 3 points na po siya doon sa specialized training and skills. Demonstration of skill in contextualization. Doon po sa contextualization, particularly in an IP community. Presentation of certificate as training facilitator for an activity directly related to IPED or MTBMLE, 2 points per activity. Hindi na po ito per day ang counting but per activity. Kapag may certificate siya na isa po siyang facilitator sa activity related to IPED, so per activity meron po siyang 2 points. Another is presentation of certificate as a resource person for a topic directly related to IPED or MTBMLE. Again, 2 points per activity. So maganda kapag kinuha po kayong resource person. Ako minsan sa IPED training namin, actually nag-i-invite po kami ng resource person to speak particularly on the culture of the IP, the culture of Subanens in Zamboanga del Sur. Another is the presentation of a portfolio of outputs in college or in earlier teaching experiences showing relevant and appropriate contextualization of lessons, especially during your baccalaureate degree. Meron po kayong portfolio na maipakita na patungkol po sa contextualization of lessons related to IPED, then that will earn 2 points for you. Familiarity with and respect for the community's culture as described in a certificate or any form of attestations from the IP customary elders or leaders recognized by the community, 10 points. Example, we need the COC from its applicant to ascertain that the applicant belongs to an IP community or has a thorough knowledge of the language and culture of the Subanin community in Zamboanga, in the case of Zamboanga del Sur, then you will have 10 points for that. Question, sir, I am an AITA from Luzon. I am an IP. Certainly, I am an IP with the COC. And I'm going to apply as IP teacher in Zamboanga del Sur. Will my certificate be credited and be given 10 points? My answer is no. Why? Though you are an IP, but you are an AITA and you are applying for IP and teacher in Zamboanga del Sur, whose community is Subanin community. So how can you relate to the culture of the Subanin as well as the language of the Subanens? So that is just an example to show the applicants the importance of relevance of language and culture to our community. So, if the total points, kasi nga ang dami na pong plus-plus po doon, if the total points reached by an applicant exceed 15, then the maximum rating is to be given, which is 15. Baka mamaya, aabot na kayo ng 20. So, 15 hanggang 15 lang po ang maibigay namin. Interview, dito po, isa pa ring sa interview, medyo makalamang po tayo doon. Kasi sa interview, subanin language ang gagamitin. So, I'm sure if you are an IP applicant, you are a good speaker of your language because you are an IP. Although, we cannot discount the fact that there are applicants, sabi pa nga nila, 100% subanin. Well, in fact, wala po tayong percent sa subanin accordingly during our training. Hindi po pwede nating sabihin 50% subanin ka. Kasi nga po, kapag ka ganon, sige daw, tingnan natin, hatiin natin yung katawan mo, yung kalahati lang ang subanin. Hindi po ganon. Pag meron po kayong traces na sa inyong mga ancestors isubanin, talagang subanin ka. So, yan po. Dapat marunong ka rin sa language ninyo. Yun nga lang, may mangilang-ilang aplikante natin, pure subanin sila, pero lumaki na po sila dito sa baba, hindi na po sila masyadong marunong sa subanin language nila. Kaya yung iba, that's the irony, yung iba, pumunta ulit doon sa bundok at nag-practice ng language nila kasi nga hindi na sila marunong sa subanin language nila. The Division Selection Committee shall interview applicants and ensure that all have equal opportunities to be assessed. Applicants shall be interviewed on topics such as, so ito po yung mga topic. Ganun pa rin sa other DepEd orders. Kaya nga lang, dito sa DepEd Order 50, yung mga interviewers natin, magsubanin talaga sila. So if they're asking on professional experiences, insubanin pa rin yung medium of communication natin sa interview. Language na gagamitin natin, subanin. Instructional skills, subanin. Ako, tuwang-tuwa ako kapag may interview na sa IPED applicants kasi talagang natutuwa talaga ako makinig doon sa mga sagot ng ating IP applicants. And then for demo teaching, okay, dito 20 points po tayo dito sa DO50, sa DO7 15 lang po ito. Ganon pa rin sa demo teaching, pareho lang doon sa DO7, kaya nga lang doon sa distribution of points, medyo mataas ang demo teaching ng IP applicants. Ganon pa rin yung mga contents that we are trying to observe, lesson planning, preparation, classroom management, teaching learning process, language proficiency, assessment of learning outcomes, and reinforcement of learning. Ganon pa rin po. Kaya nga lang, doon sa demo teaching, may contextualization talaga na magaganap in relation to IP culture and IP language. The Subanin language and Subanin culture. So I am almost done. The last part is the APT. Okay, 5 points nga lang ang APT, pero malaking tulong pa rin ito pagka malaki ang scores niyo sa APT. Di gaya doon sa DO7 na ito po ay 10 points. Sa DO50, 5 points lang ang APT. An English proficiency test, APT shall be administered. I do not know kasi during pandemic, parang wala pa tayong APT. Later, it will be discussed by other resource person. So, kapag may APT, so ang mangyari, 5 points lang po for IPED. Okay, that's total 100 points in all. Next. Ayan na po, a summary. I guess hanggang dito na ang topic ang topic natin sa DO50. To sum it up, education again 15, teaching experience 10, LET 15, specialized training and skills 15, interview 20, demo 20, English communication skills 5. Total of 100 points. So, finally, alam ko kaya po ninyo yan. I believe in you. So, good luck in your application for a teacher 1 position in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. So, gupya mga kapatid na ay subanin for Zamboanga del Sur. Good morning once again.
Comprehensively explaining to us the O50 series of 2016 for the hiring guidelines for IMED. Now, I hope that our audience attended to listen to this. And by the way, we would like to tell all of you that we are recording your questions, so you only have to comment to our YouTube live broadcast and to our participants, and we will be answering your queries this afternoon during our question and answer. Next speaker we have on board is one of the pillars of our division office. She is the head or the chief of our curriculum implementation division, and she is as elegant and as she is intelligent. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the chief of our CID, Chief Juliet Magallanes.
Greetings of peace to everyone, especially to the Schools Division Office Human Resource Selection Committee headed by Dr. Raymond Salvador. Of course, the other members of the committee, especially the Secretariat and our ICT people headed by Chester. To all our public schools district supervisors, school heads, and most of all to our teacher applicants who are here in this virtual platform. Good morning, everyone. Now, as stipulated in the Division Memorandum Number 23 Series of 2021, which call for the submission of pertinent documents of teacher applicants for the timelines, this virtual orientation is conducted to discuss the requirements, mechanics, guidelines in the conduct of the 2021-2022 selection of teacher applicants for your guidance. Although said memorandum was already released, yet we need to further discuss the content so that if there are doubts, queries, or perhaps questions relative to these guidelines, we can immediately address those. So the Department of Education released the DMPHROD 2021-0091 on the interim strategies and protocols on teacher hiring in view of COVID-19 situation. This memorandum was drafted in response to the concerns and inquiries of teacher applicants, specifically on the action steps and ways forward on the recruitment and selection of teachers for the school year 2021-2022, considering the COVID-19 situation. Now, to guide the appointing authorities, the HRMPSB members, the RSP implementers, the following subsystem areas were provided with interim strategies and protocols. Now, as stipulated in this particular memorandum, the following are being discussed here: applicable guidelines for teaching positions in school year 2021-2022, publication and posting of vacant items, and transmittal of action on appointment, then submission and receipt of applications, selection committee panel interview, demonstration, teaching, and deliberations, conduct of English proficiency test, and establishment of the RQA for school year 2021-2022, and renewal of teachers with provisional appointments. So pursuant to the Proclamation Number 922 Series of 2022, declaring a state of public health emergency throughout the Philippines, and the Interagency Task Force for the Management and Emerging Infectious Diseases, or the IATF, resolution dated 14 January of 2021, imposing and implementing the community quarantine to all the local government units across the country. The following actions are advised to be implemented by the DepEd field offices as not to hamper the teacher recruitment, selection, and placement operations of the department. Now, as you can see in the slide, under applicable guidelines for teaching position, pending the official issuance, because until now we're still waiting on the official issuance from the Department of Education as to how merit selection shall be conducted in this new normal. So the existing hiring guidelines for teaching positions in kindergarten to senior high school, as stipulated in the issuances enumerated below. So earlier, Dr. Caballero discussed one of the policies issued by the Department of Education. And like DepEd Order Number 7, Series of 2015, hiring guidelines for teaching 1 positions effective school year 2015-2016. And then DepEd Order Number 22, Series 2015, hiring guidelines for the remaining teaching position. And then the DepEd Order Number 3, Series of 2016, hiring guidelines for senior high school teaching positions, effective school year 2016-2017. And we also use DepEd Order number 9, series of 2016, which is on the reinforcement of DepEd orders, DepEd Order number 7 and 22, series of 2015, as the hiring guidelines for kindergarten to grade 10 positions. Then another one is DepEd Order number 32, series of 2016, addendum to DepEd Order number 3, series of 2016, hiring guidelines for senior high school teaching positions effective school year 2016-2017. Then another one, DepEd Order number 49, series of 2016. Now, we are also using this one because there are teachers employed in the senior high school, the full-time and part-time. And then DepEd Order number 50, series of 2017, hiring guidelines for teaching one positions in schools implementing indigenous peoples education effective school year 2016-2017. And then DepEd Order number 51, series of 2017, amended qualification standards for senior high school teaching positions in the technical vocational livelihood track and other clarifications on hiring guidelines. So, number 2, publication and posting of vacant items and transmittal of action appointment. The schools division offices shall coordinate with Civil Service Commission or field offices. And that's the first thing that the division has to do, receiving their publication request and transmittal of action on appointment in accordance with the Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular number 14, series of 2020, or the interim guidelines on appointments and other human resource actions for the period of state of calamity due to COVID-19 pandemic. That is why we're having this orientation to prepare our teacher applicants as to the different things that they need to undertake, considering that we already made a coordination with the Civil Service Commission as to the posting of vacancies, as well as guidelines on the appointments of other human actions. So in areas with ECQ and MECQ, the schools division office may initially send the accomplished civil service form numbers 1, 2, or 9 to the official email address of the respective CSCFO for appropriate action, and then hard copies of the said documents shall be submitted as soon as the SQ-MECQ is lifted. Now, for the submission and receipt of application, it is necessary to implement strict social distancing in receiving and validating hard copies of applications. The schools division office is highly encouraged to designate a separate area and provide, in fact, we identified an area wherein applicants will just submit their documents, because we cannot just simply hand in those documents to whoever is assigned. So in other words, there is really a need for the division to prepare and to designate area. At the same time, provide disinfecting supplies, example, alcohol, sanitizer, etc., where teacher applicants may be accommodated. So clear instructions to teacher applicants in submitting their application documents. Later, I'm going to discuss the guidelines that we set for our teacher applicants as to how they are going to submit their documents. So insofar as practicable, the SDOs may organize online submission of documents of the applicants to minimize gathering of crowds in the physical offices. Now, for the selection committee panel interview, the SDO under ECQ and MECQ areas shall implement other modalities in the conduct of applicants' interview. And that is why we're having this virtual orientation, because we cannot just simply gather all our applicants in one place. So we need to identify other modalities, interview and demonstration teaching, and selection committee deliberation. And the SDOs under GCQ and MGCQ areas may proceed with the usual face-to-face process of interview, demonstration teaching, and deliberations, provided that stringent social distancing measures are strictly observed. So such as online conferencing, okay, and or phone interviews. So to maintain security and confidentiality in the said evaluative activities. So it is highly encouraged to use secured platforms such as Microsoft Teams, Workplace by Facebook, or Google Meet as recommended in this particular memorandum. So the conduct of English proficiency test in reference to DepEd Memorandum 60 dated 8 May 2020, or the advisory on the administration of English proficiency tests for teacher applicants and request for list of testing centers for online administration signed by Undersecretary Diosdado M. San Antonio, request shall be forwarded to the BEA, okay? So applicants who have met the cut-off score in spite of the absence of EPT shall still be included in the registry of qualified applicants. So applicants' inability to take EPT shall not be ground for disqualification. For example, there are new applicants who do not have the EPT. You are not disqualified. You are still free to submit your pertinent documents. You are still free to apply for the position, because not taking the test or the EPT is really not a ground for disqualification. So in other words, if no EPT result shall only mean no score under the EPT. Criterion set in DepEd Order numbers 7 and 22, series of 2015, and DepEd Order number 3, series of 2016. For the establishment of the RQA for school year 2021-2022, in view of the one-year validity of the RQA, the schools division offices shall establish a new RQA for school year 2021-2022. This is the reason why our schools division office already commenced the call for applications and undertake the recruitment and selection process to establish the RQA for school year 2021-2022 in anticipation of the newly created items to be deployed this year. So, however, the schools division office that have yet to exhaust the school year may consider the remaining qualified applicants, provided that said applicants should have expressed their intent to apply in school year 2021-2022 by submitting the following. First, letter of intent in accordance with the SDO's call for applications, and updated credentials and application documents, if any, to expedite the recruitment and selection process, as well as to augment the number of applicants in light of COVID-19 situation. Now, the points earned by the teacher applicants in the previous year's RQA may be honored unless they have presented new documents to update their points. However, old applicants, if you intend to submit again your documents, you are free to submit it to the school or to the district office. Now, for the renewal of teachers with provisional appointments, mahalaga ito kasi marami po tayong mga senior high school ngayon na nag-anticipate sila kasi magre-renew na naman sila ng kanilang appointment kasi ang status nila ay provisional. So, a provisional appointment shall not be effective beyond the school year during which it was issued, or 1 year or 12 months reckoned from the date of last appointment. So the position held by the teacher incumbent shall be deemed vacant upon expiration of the appointment and therefore be subjected to CSC rules and regulations on publication and posting. As defined in Part 4, Section 10 of Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular Number 14, Series of 2018, on the 2017 Omnibus Rules on Appointment and Other Human Resource Actions, or the ORA Revised 2018, provisional appointment shall be effective beyond the school year. So please take note, 1 year or 12 months. Renewal of provisional appointment shall be effected only in the absence of a qualified let eligible applicants as certified by the STS. Kung nag-expire na yung kontrata ninyo, vacant na yung position, and then pag walang nag-a-apply na eligible, that's the time na pwede kayong mag-apply ulit. So in view of the inquiries and appeals for the extension of the 5-year allowance period granted to non-let passers, kasi yung iba sa inyo nag-expire na, especially those hired in 5 years ago, no? So nag-expire na yung 5 years nila. So teachers with provisional appointments which are still effective during summer break, okay, shall be entitled to applicable compensation and allowances received by teachers during this period, including the mid-year bonus. Okay, so ito yung inantay ng ilan sa ating mga senior high school teachers na for 5 years ay binigyan sila ng 5 years extension for them to be able to pass the licensure examination. Yet hindi sila nakapasa. Pero pag halimbawa, ito, basahin natin ito ha. So the department is currently coordinating with the PRC to allow them to take the 2021 LET examination, given its pronouncement that retakers will not be allowed to take the test. And with the CSC inquiring the possible reappointment, renewal of appointment of those provisional teachers who were first hired in 2016-2017. Kasi marami pa rin sa ating mga senior high school ang na-hired during school year 2016-2017, yet until now ay yung iba hindi pa nakapasa. So provided that they provide proof that they have taken the LET at least once since 2016 and that they will retake the LET in September of 2021. So you will be given an extension if there are no LET passers applicants. You still have the opportunity to apply, provided that you will show to us that there is a proof that you have taken the EPT at least once in 2016, and then also you will retake the LET in September 2021. Now, for the division call for submission, Division Memorandum 23 Series of 2021, call for the submission of pertinent documents of teacher applicants and timelines for ranking purposes. Now, March 8, please mark your calendar. March 8, 11, 2021, submission of pertinent documents of all teacher applicants. Sana nila isasubmit ito. Hindi pa yan sa division office ha. Later, I'm going to present to you as to saan ninyo isasubmit yung mga documents ninyo. Okay. Then kinder, elementary, and IPED, teacher applicant shall submit pertinent documents to the Office of Public Schools District Supervisors. I know that our district supervisors are with us here in the virtual room. So please take note, March 8 to 11, your teacher applicants for kindergarten, elementary, and IPED, their documents will be submitted to your office. And then for those who are applying in the junior high school and in senior high school, teacher applicants shall submit to the office of the secondary school principal at the school of their choice. Pinagbabawal po natin yung mga teachers natin na didiretso dito sa division office. In other words, since we have this orientation, I hope na kung ano yung sinasabi natin ngayon, yung dinidiscuss natin ngayon ay talagang napakinggan ninyo, at yung mga teacher applicants na wala ngayon, you try to ask those na naka-attend ngayon. So please take note ha, ang submission ng documents from March 8 to 11 for elementary, diretso yan sa district office. May selection committee na naka-assign doon at may inassign na yung mga district supervisors natin to receive the documents. And for the junior and senior, kung saan kayo nag-apply, kung anong school kayo nag-apply, doon ninyo i-submit yung inyong mga documents. Now, for secondary school heads, shall submit all teacher applicants' documents to the office of the PSDSS on March 15, 2021. Now, after na nag-gather na lahat ng mga documents ng ating applicants at na-check na natin yung completeness, veracity ng mga documents, na-check nyo na yun lahat, in order na yun, ang secondary school heads, yung mga tinanggap ninyo ng mga documents, i-submit ninyo yan, i-transmit ninyo yan sa Office of Public Schools District Supervisors. So, kailan yan? March 15, 2021. So, all interested applicants will register via this link. So, nakikita ninyo dyan, yung link dyan. So, mag-register na tayo, not later than March 6. So, March 8, online orientation. Kaya meron tayo ngayong online orientation. Nang sa gayon, kahit nag-issue tayo ng memorandum, at least guided pa rin kayo kasi nakikinig kayo. So kung hindi kayo nakinig, so in other words, hindi namin alam kung saan ninyo ipapas, kung saan ninyo isubmit yung inyong mga documents. Now, the chairman of the District Screening Committee, Kinder, Elementary, IPED, and the chairman of the School Screening Committee for Secondary shall submit both soft and hard copies of the list of teacher applicants with corresponding pertinent documents. Please take note ha, hindi lang po yung hard copy ng mga documents ang isasubmit ninyo, yung chair of the district as well as the chair of the secondary school will have to submit both hard and soft copy of those documents. So hard copy shall be submitted on March 16, 2021 along with the documents. Okay. So saan ninyo isasubmit yung soft copy? May secretariat tayo na assigned to gather all those soft copy o copies of the documents. So makikita ninyo dyan, leia.ramirez at deped.gov.ph. Doon isasubmit ninyo yung soft copy. Now, for school screening committee, shall submit list of secondary school teachers by learning area. So ito yung sa junior and senior high. Kasi ang submission nandun sa inyo. So in other words, yung screening committee ay magsasubmit ng list of secondary school teachers by learning area. Kung meron kayong 5 English, yung magsasubmit kayo. However, later, we will guide you as to, especially ano yung cover ng documents isubmit natin. So, PSDSS and school heads are enjoined to disseminate to all interested applicants, including persons with disabilities, are also encouraged to submit their documents. So teacher applicants from last year's registry of qualified applicants must include in their letter of intent to retain. Please take note, in their letter of intent, you have to stipulate there in your letter to include na i-retain ninyo or your previous RQA rating for the school year's ranking process. Pag wala kayong letter of intent, ibig sabihin, bago lahat yung mga documents ninyo. Pero kung sa letter of intent ninyo, na yung previous RQA rating ninyo ay i-retain, then you have to really provide us that letter of intent. So, the Secretariat will know na kasama kayo sa RQA last year. So, new and updated documents may be submitted as well. Okay? New and updated documents. So, those who have not taken the English proficiency test may still apply. Now, for DepEd Basic Education Assessment, BEA will give the schedule as soon as IATF on COVID-19 policies change. Pwede pa rin kayong mag-apply kahit wala kayong English proficiency. Kasi ang division office na yung mag-schedule as to when namin i-conduct. Okay? Teacher applicants are required to submit one authenticated copy each of their pertinent documents to the school or district level committee with application letter indicating grade level of interest. For example, if you are applying for kindergarten position, you have to indicate there that you are applying for this position. Or if you want to apply in the elementary or in junior high school. So for junior and senior high school, the applicants must submit separate sets of documents provided that the applicant is a licensed professional teacher. So there's also a table of contents. Hindi po namin pwedeng tanggapin yung documents ninyo na kahit ano lang ang i-attach ninyo. Dapat naka-arrange yan at dapat merong table of contents. And it should be placed in the submitted documents supported with the following. First, the CSC Form 212 or the revised 2017 in 2 copies. Again, CSC Form 212 revised 2017 in 2 copies. With the latest passport size ID pictures with name, tag, and signature on top of the name. Then certified copy of transcript of records for colleges, universities in distant places. The PSDSS or school head may certify copy of TOR given that they see the original. Pwede ninyong i-certify true copy yan kung may ipapakita na original yung ating mga applicant. Although the TOR, original TOR, should not be included in your document, all you need to do for the PSDSS and the principal to certify that it's really a true copy, just present to them your original TOR. And then special order if applicable. And then copies of service records, performance rating, and school clearance for those with teaching experience. So kailangan kung nag-a-apply kayo sa senior high school, for example, you need to provide a copy of your service records and your performance rating. If unavailable, applicant must submit a justification for unavailability. Authenticated report of rating, 2 copies obtained in the licensure examination for teachers, LEP, or the professional board examination for teachers, the PBET. Note, professional teacher's license is not a requirement for those who will apply in senior high school. Kasi noon pa man hindi natin nire-require yung mga aplikante natin for senior high school na mag-a-attach ng LEP. Okay? So hanggang ngayon, still enforced pa rin yung DepEd orders natin. So we don't require our senior high school teachers or senior high school teacher applicants to attach LEP rating. And then certificates of specialized training programs attended, if any. Enumerate these trainings based on the certificates. And then certified copy of the voter's ID and or any proof of residency as deemed acceptable by the district or school screening committee. Police clearance, omnibus certification of authenticity and veracity of all the documents submitted, signed by teacher applicant. Now here, what is new now in this new normal, kasi ang kailangan yung folders natin ay color-coded. For kinder, yellow. So in other words, without looking at your letter of intent, it gives us a clue that you are applying for kindergarten. If your folder is if you submitted to us a yellow colored folder. And then for IPED, it's violet. For elementary, it's orange. For junior high, green. And for senior high school again, for academic, it's red. If you are applying for the TVL track, you owe to submit us with blue folder. And then senior high school sports, brown. And then senior high school arts and design, pink. Okay, please take note of the color assigned to you. If you intend to apply for TBL or sports, for example, you owe to submit to us brown document or folder. Now, schedule of activities, March 16, 2021. Submission of all teacher applicants' documents to the SDO through the record section. Take note ha, kailan na ninyo isasubmit yung lahat ng mga documents na galing sa district to the division, March 16, 2021, through the records section, addressed to the division selection committee. March 18 to 31, 2021, evaluation of documents by the division selection committee and subgroups. Sa March 18 to 31, mag-i-evaluate na yung naka-assign na mga members ng ating selection committee. I-evaluate na nila yung mga documents. Titingnan na namin yung mga documents na naka-attach doon sa folders. From 18 to 31. April 6 to 9, teaching demonstration and behavioral event interview for senior high school. As to how we are going to do this, there will be another memorandum that will be issued by the division to guide our people in the field because we need the assistance of our district supervisors, our principals, and our master teachers, especially in the conduct of the teaching, observation, as well as on the behavioral event interview for senior high school. And April 19 to 30, 2021, final encoding of scores housekeepings. March 5, 2021, submission of all teacher applicants' documents. And then PSDSS and secondary school principal should check the completeness and veracity of its document before these documents will be forwarded to the SDO. Hindi na pwede na meron na namang additional, then the following week, magsasubmit na naman ng additional, then the following week, another additional document. Ang tendency, mawawala yung mga documents ninyo. So prior to the submission of all those documents, see to it that there's a team in the district office and team at the secondary school who will take charge on the checking of the documents submitted by teacher applicants. So applicants are strictly reminded of no additional documents to follow except police clearance or receipt. Kahit may mga friends pa kayo dyan sa division office, hindi pwede na, ma'am, meron pa pala akong hindi na-attach doon sa document. Lahat na-submit nyo na, na-attach nyo na doon sa document na pinasa ninyo sa district or sa school. Para pagdating sa school ay kompleto na, sa division, kompleto na lahat at wala ng additional documents except police clearance. So, we have here additional guidelines transpired during the last meeting conducted by the Division Selection Committee last March 5, 2021. Now, this is regarding our newly established district. Kasi, halimbawa, like Dumalinaw, for example, meron na tayong Dumalinaw District 1, Dumalinaw District 2. So, ang gagawin natin, District Ranking Committee of newly established districts will have it by municipality. Isa pa rin yung ranking ninyo. Hindi pwede na iba yung sa Dumalinaw First District at iba naman yung ranking committee ng Dumalinaw 2 or Dumalinaw Dumalinaw 2. So in other words, isa pa rin. So yung may mga bago ng district, isa pa rin yung ranking natin. So mag-identify lang kayo yung mga PSDSS natin, you need to organize a team, and you need to announce to your teacher applicants that the submission will be gathered in one district or by municipality. In the case of Mahayag, for example, kasi existing na yung natin, meron tayong Mahayag North, Mahayag South, so pwedeng iba sa Mahayag North at iba sa Mahayag South. Yung sinabi ko lang kanina, yung bago lang natin na districts na by municipality. Include the general weighted average kasi doon sa attached slip, sa requirements kasi, hindi nakasaad doon yung JEWA ng mga teacher applicants. Paki-attach na lang, include the general weighted average. And then, please don't forget, napakahalaga ito, contact number of employer shall be reflected in the certificate of employment for those with experience in companies and industries. Now, if you are applying for a position in senior high school, you are working in a particular company or a particular industry, you ought to provide us contact number of your employer. Because if in case there are questions on your employment, then pwede naming matawagan yung employer ninyo. Please don't forget to attach that. Then, tutorial. Another thing, tutorial, online tutorial. Marami kasi tayong mga teachers ngayon na nag-o-online. Pero kung tutorial yan or online tutorial will not be credited. Take note, ha? Tutorial or online tutorial will not be credited. Government employee must attach service records. For example, nandyan kayo, yung former employer, nasa gobyerno kayo, and you intend to transfer in the Department of Education, you ought to attach service records. Another thing, commendation or recognition certificate should be teaching related. So kung meron kayong mga awards, nakatanggap kayo ng commendation, meron kayong recognition, see to it na teaching related yan. Kasi pag yung commendation ninyo ay hindi teaching related, then hindi pa rin natin maa-accept yan. Okay, so lahat ng mga ito, I do hope that if you have queries, just send your queries sa the chat box kasi para mabigyan natin yan ng mga sagot. Although the next speakers will talk about the different DepEd orders, so you will be properly guided. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Magallanes, for extensively discussing with us and enlightening us about those very important matters. To our audience, I hope you were all able to take down notes of those colors, dates, and other essential points. Our next speaker will be discussing to us one of the most frequently asked matter here in the division office. He is one of the most versatile supervisors we have in the division office. And ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Antonio Ganob in his discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. So at the offset, allow me to give the best of my morning greetings to our officials in the top management, to our school station superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto Sesu 6, our two Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Raymond Salvador and Dr. Visminda Q. Valde, Chief Curriculum and Implementation Division, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, and Chief of School Governance Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. Equal amount of my morning greetings to our public schools district supervisors, principals in charge of the district, school heads, and of course, to all our teacher applicants and to all the people involved in this virtual orientation, a pleasant morning. My task this morning is to provide necessary information, especially to our teacher applicants who still don't have the English proficiency test or EPT result yet. We are all aware that EPT result contributes significantly to the standing of an applicant in relevance to the points in his or her ranking. EPT is one of the standardized tests administered by Bureau of Education Assessment or ang tinatawag nating BEA. Now, let's proceed to the gist of my topic this morning, the English Proficiency Test for Teachers or EPT. English Proficiency Test or EPT is a mandatory examination that every aspiring public school teacher needs to take after the licensure examination for teachers or LET. To the English majors, taking the English Proficiency Test or EPT for teacher applicants is a big advantage. It is because it is their specialization, but not all English majors make it to the test. If you want to be a public school teacher, taking the EPT is one of the processes you have to take. No one is exempted from it. Now, some teacher applicants usually do not make it to the registry of qualified applicants because they fail the DepEd EPT. So, DepEd Memorandum number 106, series of 2019, paragraph number 2, it says that each examinee shall be allowed to take the test only once, regardless of the number of plantilla positions and schools divisions the applicant is applying for. So, the result of the EPT shall be valid for 2 years from the time of the test administration. So, based from this statement, if anyone who have taken the test and then it already spans for the last 2 years, then your EPT result is no longer valid. So you need to take the EPT again if there will already be a schedule for this. On March 12, 2020, so we were sending letter requests to the Bureau of Education Assessment for possible special schedule of computer-based EPT. Following this letter was the move of our division to generate the necessary data of the test takers for submission to the Bureau of Education Assessment or BEA. On May 2020, DepEd advisory on the administration of English Proficiency Test or EPT for teacher applicants and request for list of testing centers for online examination was released. So in support to the government's efforts in implementing social distancing and mitigating the spread of COVID-19, the Bureau of Education Assessment or BEA halted the administration of various examinations, including the English Proficiency Test or EPT for teacher applicants. BEA shall then resume the administration of EPT and other examinations once the Enhanced Community Quarantine or ECQ in NCR is lifted and approval is granted. However, those SDOs with EPT administration schedules prior to the ECQ shall be given priority should they still be up to have it administered using paper and pencil-based assessment. Currently, BEA is working with the Information and Communications Technology Service or the ICTS of the Central Office in developing an online platform to cater various testing programs for online administration. This will be an option for the division's offices or DOs once it is fully operational. But for the meantime, on that date, no, on that date that this was issued, BEA is requesting the schools division superintendents or SDSs through the division testing coordinators or DTCs to provide a list of schools that can serve as testing centers for possible online examination. So, on August 21, 2020, no, BEA announces that their system will undergo platform maintenance. So, following that particular announcement from BEA, it again issued another advisory informing the field for the extension of maintenance of the BEA online platform. So, BEA sent an advisory again about the postponement of computer-based A&E test, PEPT, and to include EPT on January 8, 2021, so last January. So the reason for this postponement was obvious to us. It was because of the health threat caused by COVID-19. So at present, no, as we approach the season of hiring teachers this year, the Office of the Undersecretary, Planning, Human Resource and Organizational Development issued Memorandum DMPHROD 2021-0091. It states that this particular memorandum is entitled Interim Strategies and Protocols on Teacher Hiring for School Year 2021-2022 in view of COVID-19 situation. So pursuant to the Proclamation number 922, Series of 2020, declaring a state of public health emergency throughout the Philippines and the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Disease or IATF resolution dated January 14, 2021, imposing and implementing the community quarantine to all the local government units across the country. This memorandum lays down an advice to be implemented by DepEd field offices as not to hamper the teacher recruitment, selection, and placement or RSP operations of the Department of Education. So, paragraph number 5 of that particular memorandum focus on the conduct of English proficiency test. So, in reference to DMC 1 2020-060 dated May 8, 2020, or the advisory on the administration of EPT for teacher applicants and request for list of testing centers for online administration signed by Undersecretary Diosdado M. San Antonio. Request on the administration of the PEPT shall be coordinated with Bureau of Education Assessment. Specific concerns, queries, and forms required in the administration of EPT shall be directed to BEA Education Assessment Division or through the email ead.bea@deped.gov.ph. So it should be noted that the applicant's inability to take EPT shall not be a ground for disqualification. No EPT result shall only mean no score under the EPT criterion set in DO number 7 and 22, series of 2015, and DO number 3, series of 2016. Henceforth, applicants who have met the cut-off score in spite of the absence of EPT shall still be included in the Registry of Qualified Applicants or RQA. So as of March 5, no, just last Friday, 2021, as per information from the BEA, from Bureau of Education Assessment personnel, computer-based EPT is now allowed. So allowed na. I referred this matter to the personnel from the central office, particularly in the Bureau of Education Assessment. In connection with this, we need to conduct an updating again so that we will know as to the exact number of test takers we are going to submit to the Bureau of Education Assessment or BEA. In this regard, we are requesting our teacher applicants, especially those who have not taken their EPT yet, to keep updated in our Facebook page. Within this week, we shall be posting division memorandum relevant to this effect. So what we can see, now what we can see on the next slide is the Form 3, of which it is asking for the name of the test takers, the gender, the CP number, and the email address. So formal communication again shall be released as to the process and manner of generating this data from our teacher applicants. So again, after generating the necessary data from the test takers, we will be announcing as to when will be the final schedule of the planned or proposed computer-based EPT. And that will be announced very soon. Thank you and maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ganub, for thoroughly explaining to us what is English proficiency test and its importance. I hope that it is now clear to our applicants on why we have no EPT exams for last year and probably this year. Nevertheless, our last speaker for this morning is ever beautiful and untiring. She is inspiring education program supervisor of the kindergarten and college. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome our supervisor for the kindergarten and the college education, Dr.
Sa kinalalagyan po ninyo dyan, sana po ay nagiging comfortable po kayo sa inyong mga Kung nakaupo kayo or nakatayo kayo, sana comfortable kayo at maganda sana kung meron kayong lapis at saka papel para naman may jot down po natin ang mga importanteng bagay na siyang maging gabay po natin sa ating pagdalo sa process na ito. Ano nga ba itong DepEd Order 7, Series of 2015? This is the guidelines for hiring nating lahat, no? From kindergarten to elementary and junior high school. The objectives for this DepEd order is to integrate and institutionalize the objectives of the K-12 basic education program. Objective po natin na we're going to hire a highly competent teacher para po naman mai-enhance o di kaya maiangat po ang quality education po ng bansang Pilipinas. So, basic rules of hiring guidelines. Itong DO7 po, ito po ang gagamitin natin sa pag-hire po ng Teacher 1 position ng Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Hindi lang po ng SDO ng Zamboanga del Sur, pero kahit po sa buong Pilipinas ng DepEd. So, ano po ba itong DepEd Order 7? Basic rules on hiring and deployment of teacher position. Ilagay po natin sa isip na ang mga Teacher 1 na nasa servisyo po, ay hindi po sila kasali dito kung interesado po silang mag-transfer from one school to another o kaya napapagod na sila sa station kung saan sila ngayon at gusto silang maglipat ng school, hindi po sila kasali dito. Hindi po covered sa DepEd order na ito ang transferring from one school to another. Ano bang gagawin natin? Ano bang gagawin nila? Sila po ay magsisignify ng intent nila o di kaya nag-submit ng letter request to the division superintendent po para sa gusto nilang maglipat ng school. Hindi lang po ang pag-transfer po ng teacher sa isang school, address to the superintendent, nangangailangan po yan ng recommendation ng supervisor. No, kasi po, yung supervisor, yung district supervisor po ay nakakaalam ng profile ng teacher at profile ng school, ng district. Kaya po, kailangan po ng recommendation at endorsement ng district supervisor to the superintendent. At halimbawa po, pagpalain po ng Diyos, tayo po ay ma-hire, kabilang po tayo ng family ng DepEd Zamboanga del Sur, at maa-assign po kayo sa lugar na hindi po malayo po sa school ninyo, no? Tayo po ay magsasubmit ng ating application, ng ating documents doon po sa school na nangangailangan o doon po sa school na malapit sa bahay mo. Hindi po ibig sabihin na doon ka na rin i-assign. Halimbawa, ma-hire po kayo. May mga instances po na ma-assign po tayo sa lugar na hindi tayo taga roon, no? So, kung ma-assign po tayo doon, at nakikita mo na walang signal doon, hindi ka ma-enjoy doon dahil walang signal, hindi ka makapag-download, hindi kaya malayo ka sa pamilya mo. Ladies and gentlemen, huwag po tayong mag-request ng transfer kung hindi po kayo umabot ng 3 years of service in that school, in your first assignment. So, huwag po kayong mag-isip na mag-request ng inyong supervisor o di kaya mag-request ng kahit kaninong tao dyan na sa palagay mo makakatulong sa iyo para ma-transfer po kayo. I-consider po natin na hanggat hindi tayo umabot ng 3 years, hindi po tayo pwedeng mag-transfer to the other school. Itong DepEd Order 7 po, sino po ba ang pwedeng mag-join sa process na ito? Lahat pong eligible teachers. Lahat pong teachers in that locality. For example, the LGU paid teachers. Yung mga teachers po na may experience po sa pagtuturo funded by LGU at nag-expire na yung contract nila, no? Kasali pa rin sila sa process na ito. Yung mga volunteer teachers long time ago, halimbawa sa kindergarten, tinatawag po sila ng KVT, Kindergarten Volunteer Teachers. na tumatanggap po ng honorarium dati. Sila po, kayo po, pwede po kayong sumali dito. Yung mga substitute teachers, yung mga volunteer teachers, pwede po tayo, kabilang po tayo dito sa DepEd Order 7. And, ano pa po, yung teachers po under Republic Act 7836, yun po ang na-amend na po ng Republic Act 9293, kasali po dito sa DepEd order na ito. And yung mga teacher applicants po, baka nandito po sa platform natin ngayon, mga applicants po na hindi na po nakapagtuturo ng 5 years or more, tayo po ay mag-undergo ng tinatawag natin na magre-refresh. No? We have to enroll at least 12 units in education course. And 6 units of those ay units ng pedagogy or content courses. No? Remember, 5 years and above po na hindi po tayo nakapagturo, kailangan po tayong mag-refresh. Application process. Ito po ang process sa pag-a-apply po natin. Alam ko po, may mga kasama po tayo ditong mga baguhan lang po. Meron din tayong mga kasama dito sa platform na matagal na pong nag-a-apply at hindi pa rin na-hire. No? Mga kwalipikado, pero nagkaroon po tayo ng short ng item, so konti lang po ang na-hire. So may mga kasama po natin tayo ditong bago, di kaya old applicants. Ito pa rin ang process na gagamitin natin sa pagdalo po natin sa hiring process na ito. All applicants shall register to the online registration link. No? Inaasahan ko po na ang lahat ng mga nandito ay nakapag-register na po online. Doon po sa registration link, doon po kayo mag-i-encode sa profile sa biodata ninyo at malalaman din po ng DSC kung gusto niyo po bang mag-update ng inyong data. No? Baka may bago kayong trainings na dadaluhan. Baka may mga additional units po kayo in the graduate studies na gusto nating ma-update. O di kaya may baka trainings po kayong na bago. May experience po kayong naidagdag. So in the registration link na pinasukan po ng aplikante, makikita po ng DSC, malalaman po ng DSC kung mag-undergo ka pa ba ng interview uli or observation, demo teaching po. Baka po masyadong mababa para sa iyo yung rating mo last year at gusto mong iangat, gusto mong magpapa-observe uli or magpapa-interview uli, kaya po makikita po, madidetermine po sa online registration ninyo ng DSC. And aside from that, na-mention po kanina ni Chief Magallanes na you have to write the application letter. Doon po sa application letter ninyo, makikita po ng DSC kung gusto niyo bang mag-undergo or mag-update or i-retain niyo lang po yung old ratings po ninyo. Kasi po, ang DepEd Order 7 nagsasabi po na ang ating status, ang ating rating, ang result po, ang RQA po, ay good for 1 school year lang po. After a year, mag-i-expire po yan. No? Meron po tayong guidelines or DepEd order in hiring for teacher 1 applicants. Hindi lang po itong DepEd Order 7. Meron din pong DepEd Order 22. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 10 years ago, nagagamit natin itong DepEd Order number 22, aside from DO7. Pero remember, sa dalawa pong DepEd Order, DO7 at saka DO22, ang mo prevail ay ang DO7. Sa sinabi ko po na 10 years ago, ginamit ko natin yung DO22. Sa DO7 po kasi, konti lang po ang na-hire sa DO7. Konti lang po ang nakalista sa DO7. Marami ang nandoon sa DO22. Sa DO7, sa panahon ng yun po ang kasagsagan ng K-12. Maraming, more or less 500 items po ang Zamboanga from kindergarten to junior high school. So maraming item at konti lang po ang nakapasok sa DepEd Order 7. Kaya kulang ang teacher natin. Kaya doon kumuha sa DO22. Pero ngayon, 3 to 4 years back, tayo po ay konti lang po ang item ng Zamboanga Resort at marami po ang nakalista sa RQA ng DO7. Kaya hindi na tayo gumamit ng DO22. Kasi po ang prevail ang DO7. Konti lang po ang nasa RQA ng DO7 at konti ang item. Mauna usahay nga. Marami na ay mga nasa DO7 na wala pa na-hire. Pag abot sa next year, na-expire na sila, mo-appeal na po sila another process for that school year. No? So, meron tayong link. Meron tayong link ang division para makapag-online kayo, i-input nyo doon ang inyong data, inyong personal data, at saka yung intent nyo for this year. And aside from that, we have also a paid FB page para po ma-update po kayo. Malalaman niyo po ang mga announcements at mga updates ng Division Office regarding on this process. And sa application po ninyo, aside from your registration, online registration, we have to submit also our hard copy, letter of intent, application letter, attached with these documents. No? Ano-ano po ba ang mga documents na kailangan po natin isubmit para po ma-evaluate ng DSC at siyang pagkukunan po ng ratings, ng points mo. No? Ano-ano po ang mga ito? Ito po, ang una po ay CSC Form 212. This is Civil Service Commission Form 212. We have to submit this in 2 copies, filled up with ID pictures. Ang ID picture po na i-attach po natin, hindi po yung magandang picture natin na generate po natin sa FB. No? It's an ID picture, 2 pieces. Another is certified photocopy of the PRC. Certified, kung napapansin niyo po dyan, marami pong nasa screen, marami pong mga documents that we're going to submit na may nakasulat na certified. Sino po ang mag-certify? Yung photocopier ba na nag-photocopy ng inyong dokumento? Halimbawa, transcript of record. Sino po ba ang magsi-certify? Dapat yung school mag-certify sa iyong photocopy. Pero kung malayo yung school nyo, yung supervisor, dalhin mo yung original copy, ipakita mo sa supervisor, at saka yung photocopy, siya na po ang magsi-certify na that is from the original copy. Aside from the PRC, photocopy of the PRC ID, certification, kasi po, baka nagre-renew po kayo, hindi pa lumabas yung renewed ID mo po, kailangan po photocopy certified from the office, no? Another is photocopy of ratings obtained. Yung certificate of rating mo po, certified pa rin by the civil service, no? Sila ang magsi-certify na that photocopy is from the original copy. And certified copy of transcript of records, copies of service records. Ito pong service record. Kung kayo po ay isang volunteer teacher, halimbawa, kindergarten, ikaw po ay may volunteer teacher experience po kayo, hindi po si school head ang magsi-certify mo. Hindi po ang certification ng school head ang siyang isasubmit mo dito sa DSC. Yang certification ni school head, yan po ay isasubmit mo dito sa division office, ipapakita mo kay Ma'am Gay, o di kaya, sabihin mo yung pangalan mo, isubmit mo yung pangalan mo kay Ma'am Gay, at si Ma'am Gay na po ang maghahanap sa experience mo, at siya na rin ang magpo-forward sa pangalan mo doon sa service record para po magawan kayo ng service record. Yung mga volunteer, yung mga LGU paid teachers, province at saka LGU, municipality, ang isasabit niyo po for your experience, for your records, ay yung contract. No? Yung contract po na nagkaroon po kayo ng teaching experience in that municipality or in that province, yun po ay isasabit niyo. Aside from that, ano pa pong dapat i-submit? No, kung kayo po ay, sa inyo pong experience, yun, no? Contract, service record, or di kaya clearance. No? Clearance ninyo po from that school kung saan po kayo nagkaroon ng experience. Another is certificate of specialized training. Ito pong training, nabanggit na po ito kanina ni Dr. Magallanes. No? Itong training po na isasubmit po natin, kailangan po teaching related. Yung certificate na kayo po ay coordinator at nanalo po yung mga bata mo, no? Dahil ikaw ay coordinator ng drum corps competition, no? O di kaya saludo ikaw ang nag-organize, ikaw ang trainer, kaya nanalo yung grupo, binigyan ka ng certificate. So hindi po yan teaching related, no? So the certificates that you are going to submit are teaching related po. Another is certified copy of the voter's ID or voter's ID or voter's affidavit. Then NBI clearance. Sa NBI clearance po, di ba po, yung taga-NBI po, naghihingi po ng police clearance, tsaka po sila makapagbigay sa atin ng NBI clearance. At matagal pong lumabas yung request po natin. So kung wala pa po tayong police clearance, yung resibo po, pwede na po yung ipipresent. No? Yung resibo na kayo po ay kumuha ng NBI clearance at hindi pa lang nakalabas, yun, pwede na po yung isubmit dito sa division. At remember, wala na pong habulan. Lahat ng mga requirements po na nasa screen na kailangan po natin i-attach sa ating application letter, kailangan po isubmit na ninyo yan sa principal o di kaya sa district supervisor, no? Sa principal, secondary school principals para sa mga junior high school applicants at sa district supervisor po para po sa mga kinder at elementary applicants. Yan pong application ng secondary school teachers. Isubmit po nila sa principal at ang principal naman ay magsasubmit doon sa district supervisor at si district supervisor po ang magsasubmit dito sa division office. Kailangan po may checklist kayo. Kaya sinabi ko sa inyo kanina na dapat may ballpen kayo at saka papel para mailista nyo ang mga importanteng bagay na dapat nating ilista na siyang gabay po natin sa pag-prepare, sa pagdalo po natin sa process na ito. Gusto kong sabihin sa inyo na dapat present po itong lahat ng mga documents sa ating folder. Kasi po, hindi na po pwede yung habulan. Baka po, may isang papel po kayo dito na hindi nyo na-submit, tapos gagawin nyo, i-picture nyo na lang, pagkatapos isend nyo sa messenger sa mga personnel na nandito sa office, tapos ipiprint out nila, isalip. Hindi po pwede yan. Talagang hindi po pwede. Dahil sa district supervisor pa lang, sa na-meet ang folder nyo, tinitingnan na po kung ano ang kulang at ano po, kung kumpleto po ba yung folder ninyo. Laman ng folder. Kung may kulang, hihingiin po yan ni district supervisor. Isusulit po yan, dapat kumpleto. Ang pwedeng tatanggapin lang na ihahabol yung resibo ng police clearance. Other than that, wala na po. No? Tinitingnan po yan ni supervisor kung kulang. Isusulit, hihingiin po niya kung anong kulang para ma-forward niya dito sa division office na kompleto. So wala na pong rason na maghahabol po kayo ng dokumento para isasubmit nyo, i-Facebook nyo, i-send nyo sa messenger para maging kompleto. Hindi po pwede yan. Malalaman po yan. No? So, ayan po, omnibus certification. Tayo po ay accountable at responsible sa mga dokumento po na ating sinasubmit na dapat po, totoo po yan, authentic po yan, kasi po, baka magda-doubt po yung evaluating team, yung committee na sa mga papel na sinabit po ninyo at we are accountable. Kasi po, sworn and may omnibus certification po yan. Sa authenticity and veracity po sa mga documents po na ating sinabit. The applicants assume all responsibility, full responsibility of those documents na sinabit po natin. Ladies and gentlemen, ito po ang mga selection procedures and criteria po ng process na sinasalihan po natin. No, the applicants shall be evaluated using the following criteria. First is education. Ilang points po ba ang education? That's 20%, 20 points. Teaching experience, 15. Let or PBET, rating mo po. Kung gaano po kalaki yung rating mo, yan po. May 15 points po tayo na credit. At saka yung education mo po ay 20, teaching experience 15. Hey, kung ang teaching experience mo po ay aabot na ng 200% or 20 points, kasi 30 years na po kayo in service for that school, ang maximum lang po natin is 15%, 15 points. No? Gaano man kalaki, karami yung years ng experience mo, 15 lang po points ang pinaka-highest po natin. So with the LET and PBET rating. The specialized trainings and skills, no? Yung trainings po, may computation po tayo dyan kung ilang number of hours po yung attendance natin doon, may corresponding points po. Makikita po natin yan later. Specialized training and skills and interview. Ang interview po ay meron po tayong 10 points. For the demonstration teaching is 15 points and the communication skills is 15 points. Yung communication skills po, 15 points, ito po ang EPT. Pwede man kayong sumali ng process na ito kahit wala kayong rating sa EPT. But, kawawa kayo kung wala kayong rating sa EPT. Kasi, i-compute po yung rating mo sa EPT. Kung blanco yung EPT rating mo, kasi wala kayong EPT rating. So, malaki po ang kakulangan para maaabot mo yung maximum rating po ng DO7. So, kailangan mag-attend ng EPT. Kung wala kayong rating kasi nawala, baka kayo na po ang dapat gagawa ng solusyon sa problema niyan. So, the overall total points is 100%. For education, 20 points po, gaya na sinabi ko, ito po ang rating of education shall be based on the following equivalents with 1.0 as the highest and 3 as the lowest. So, importante po talaga ang kanina hindi po kasali yung sa list na pinapakita ko sa inyo kanina sa previous slide, wala po yung GWA. Pero na-mention po ni Dr. Magallanes kanina, isa yun sa mga updates ng Division Office na kailangan po mag-submit po tayo ng GWA. No? General Weighted Average. So, ayan. Yan po ang computation at saka equivalence. So when the percentage rating is used, the following table of equivalence shall be used with 1 as the highest and 3 as the lowest. So ito po ang percentage rating po ng GWA. Meron po kasing computation, no? Kasi yung mga schools po natin, iba-iba po yung rating nila. So may corresponding rating po tayo na naaayon po sa style, sa uniqueness ng rating, computation rating po ng mga schools. Additional requirements for kindergarten applicants. Ito po, kung ikaw po ay isang bachelor in elementary or early child, ECE, graduate. No? Kung ikaw po ay graduate sa mga nakalista kung ito na nasa screen, sa harapan po ninyo, kayo po ay qualified to enroll, to apply in the kindergarten. But it doesn't mean na hindi po kayo graduate sa mga ganyan, sa mga yan na nakalista po sa harap po ninyo, it doesn't mean na hindi po kayo pwedeng mag-join. Pwede pa rin kayong DepEd lang po kayo. Pwede po kayong mag-attend ng process, mag-apply po, provided that you're going to enroll, kukuha po kayo ng 18 units ng ECE. So, teaching experience in early childhood, kindergarten, preschool, elementary, or secondary, tertiary, no? Ito pong DO7 ay not just in kindergarten, not just in the elementary, but also in high school. So, ito po ang teaching experience. Yung experience mo po sa LGU, sa pagsasubstitute mo, sa kindergarten volunteer program dati, yun po mga experience mo sa ALS, no? Yun po ay pwedeng madagdagan, halimbawa, kung LGU paid teacher po kayo dati. kung KVT po kayo. So, may additional points po yung experience mo. Pero yung experience mo sa substitute, wala pong dagdag yun. No? May plus factor lang po tayo sa mga experience sa LGU paid at saka sa KVT po, Kindergarten Volunteer Program. For less than 2 years experience mo po, may plus factor po tayong 1 point. No? Ayan po sa screen, nakikita niyo po. For the LET pivot rating, this is 15 points. Ito po ang computation. So if your rating sa pivot or sa LET is 84 to 86, you have 14 points. If you have 75, nakatungtong lang, so 77, you have, out of 15 points, meron po kayong 11. No? So for the specialized training and skills, 10 points. No, ayan po. For the skills development in the field related to the work, duties, and functions of the teacher one position to be filled shall be given a maximum of 10 points. So kung yung training mo po ay umabot na po sa 20, ang maximum lang po natin is 10 points. Sa interview, ito po ang mga dapat i-consider in giving you points or 10 points for rating. These are the professional experience, lahat po yan. No? And remember, during po sa interview, yung mga tanong po ng panel ay behavioral. Behavioral meaning po, yung question po nila ay nakabase po sa teaching experience mo. No? Question po ng mag-i-interview sa inyo ay nakabase po sa panahon nung kayo po ay nagtuturo. Sa panahon na kayo ay nag-volunteer, sa panahon nung kayo po ay isang LGU teacher, kung wala po kayong experience, kahit substitute wala, ano pong mindsetting nyo? Doon po sa kayo po, intern nyo po, yung practice teaching nyo po. No? So, ang mga yon ay nakabase in a classroom situation, no? In a teaching experience situation. Kasi po gustong tingnan ng mga interviewers kung paano mo po i-handle ang mga sitwasyon. No? Paano mo po i-handle, i-manage ang mga situations base po sa mga tanong nila. Kaya po, maganda po na huwag po tayong mag-isip na I will do this, I will make this. No, it's not. Because the question is based on behavioral. Based on your experience before, nung kayo po ay nagtuturo, pwede kaya during your off-campus. Demonstration teaching, that is 15 points. So, paano po tayo a-arrive sa 15 points? Ito po, i-check po yung lesson planning mo. No? Yung lesson plan preparation, yung classroom management, pag-manage mo ng mga bata, yung teaching learning process, yung language proficiency, the assessment of learning outcomes, and reinforcement of learning. So, out of 15, yan po ang babasihan sa 15 points po na dapat i-attain po natin. For English communication skills, that is 15 points. So, 98 or 0.98. The weighted points is 15 points. No? 15. So, yung score mo sa APT, i-multiply po natin yan into 15 points. So, the answer is, yun po ang rating mo sa APT. Importante ang rating sa APT kasi 15 points yan. Malaking dagdag kaya yun sa score mo. No? So, kung wala kayong APT, malaki ding bawas yan sa score mo. Dahil wala kang points sa APT. So, summary po of rating. Let us remember that our rating comes from this criteria. For education, 20. Teaching experience, 15. LET, pivot rating is 15. Specialized training is 10. Interview is 15. And demonstration teaching is 15. And the communication is 15. The total is 100%. So, good luck po sa inyong lahat. At masaya po ako dahil po nag-join po kayo sa hiring process po ng Division of Zamboanga del Sur. So, welcome po. Kung kayo po ay pagpalain ng Diyos, welcome po dito sa DepEd, Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Be an asset to the department, not a liability. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the last topic that we have for this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Abduhan, for clearly explaining to us the O7 series of 2015. After this, we are going to have a 1 hour lunch break. So for those who are already hungry, you can take your break right now. And we will resume at 12:30 in the afternoon. Again, to our viewers, we are recording all your inquiries, so just comment to our live feed and to our simulcast feed at YouTube at our YouTube channel, and we will be answering all these questions during our question and answer portion after all the topics have been given by our resource speakers. So to all of us, let's have a good lunch. Good afternoon.
Gani. Sige lang, ato na pagpisa. O magutay kami ra do. Sige lang atong ang una gyud nga step para bitaw mabuhat nato na mamanhin sa gyud day. Gusto na kay kami nga YouTube na ta. Tingna. Inana gyud ang ulot. Katong may testing tas balay bitaw katong akuang.
is an elementary teacher applicant.
Dili man tumadayon karong Saturday, karong Friday, pero magadto matagpuan. Nagani ka, mong kauban kay si... Unsa ang district ano maninaw? Ay, or policy. Oh, manang policy 4 ka. Oh, kami manang policy 15 points. Dili, sa kuan, kanang mag-orient na po dayon sa mga mo kuan for the
is an elementary teacher applicant of DepEd Zamboanga del Sur. There are thousands of teacher applicants like Anna every year in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. The division ranking committee is using a ranking system for teaching and non-teaching applicants. The system users will just input the raw data to the system, and the system will compute the score based on different DepEd orders hiring guidelines. Since Anna is in the registry of qualified applicants, the SDS hired her, and her assignment order is generated from the ranking system. The personnel section creates and generates appointment of the newly hired teachers and other related documents from the system under Appointment and Assignment module. Once the appointment is approved by the civil service, the HRMO will now set Anna's appointment as approved in the system, and her service record in the record section will be updated. The approved appointment will be scanned and will be uploaded to the system for backup purposes, and to have easy access to all approved appointments. DepEd Zamboanga del Sur. Anna has there are thousands of teacher applicants like Anna system generated ID Zamboanga del Sur. Anna finally went to her assigned school using a ranking system for teaching and non-teaching register Anna. In the standard users will just input the raw data to the system that manages the attendance of the score based on different DepEd orders hiring guidelines. Management module and official travel module of qualified applicants can generate SDS form 48 and her assignment order is generated from the application form. The personnel section creates and generates appointment of the newly hired teachers and other related documents from the system under the paperwork assignment module. The system also helps the principal by tracking the teacher's attendance. The HRMO will now set Anna's seminars and trainings attended by the teacher, and her service record in the record section will be updated. As seminars for newly hired teachers and will be uploaded to the system for backup purposes, and to have easy access to seminars and trainings module. In order to generate seminars of the teacher, she can now claim Anna as generated ID participation division registration recognition and other types of certificates non-teaching charge also in the standard users will just have attended the seminar calls and manages the attendance of the score-based credit different record also is update management module and official travel module. Qualified applicants now process SDS hiring form and her assignment order is generated from the application form. The personnel differential payroll generates and subject to the new travel order and before and after travel documents. Anna will under the paperwork assignment module. The record section also helps to generate tracking the generated travel order and Anna now session travel module trainings attended by the teacher and her service Anna attended the section done the application module. The point after attention and will be uploaded decides in the back one will sit participant and the record section teacher around the process and order Anna has their seminars to manager module and has one generated credit she acquires participant and find recognition and other assignment certificate Anna non-teaching charge also in the standard users just that attend during seminar calls and applicants how that score-based credit on the record also is updated management module and official travel module following Anna can generate SDS hired as on the record section generated module Anna is a non-personnel differential sharing module and subject to travel order hardship and other travel documents and office under the paperwork assignment module. The record section also helps to generate tracking and generate travel order and record by the session travel module under the attended by the teacher and her service Anna and record section done the update another seminar for new after HRMO copy Anna decides to back one will generate and to have the record section module the process and order Anna has their seminars to manager module and her service one generated she acquires participant and finds module recommendation and other assignment certificate Anna non-teaching charge also in the standard just that attend during seminar calls and applicants how that score-based credit on the record also is updated management module and official travel module following Anna can generate SDS hired as on the record section generated module Anna is a non-personnel differential module and subject to travel order hardship and other travel documents and office under the paperwork assignment. She accessed that through the retirement module. ASDS Danny Cordova wants to see a list of elementary schools from the municipality of Tucuran. He assessed the need data through the school's registry module. SID Chief Juliet Magallanes wants to know who among the teachers of Tamgalig National High School is handling grade 9 English subject. She prints the needed data through the teacher's load module. SGOD Chief Ernesto Tardo would like to view the deed of donation of the San Pablo National High School site. He viewed the needed data through the Educational Facilities module. EPS Florencio Caballero wants to see the list of recipient schools for DCP Batch 36. He viewed that data through ICT Equipment Inventory System. SDS Maria Liza R. Tablon wants to see enrollment reports, number of teachers, and number of classes at schools. She can access this data through the Planning Section Data Elements module. The SDS can monitor the work of the division office personnel by merely browsing the different system modules of the DepEd Zamboanga del Sur Unified Information System in her computer.
Enero na masinta nga atong presidente mutugot na nga magsugod ta og klase nga mag-atubang. Kaya nakasabot ni nga nagsikot sa pagdilisanan unsaon pag-ayuda ang atong kabataan.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our online orientation for teacher applicants with our public schools district supervisors and public school heads here in Zamboanga del Sur Division. Before we proceed to our next speaker this afternoon, let us first be inspired by someone who has the experience, the authority, and the position to motivate our teacher applicants further into this process of applying for teacher position here in our division. Recent from the ranks, she is our leader, guiding us into innovations and continuous improvements. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Makaraig Jacinto.
Hello, thank you very much, Therese, and to everyone in this activity, virtual orientations for teacher applicants year 2020-2022. A pleasant afternoon. I am thankful to everyone, especially the management, for having this orientation for the guidance of all teacher applicants as well as the people involved in the process. Well, I would like to reiterate some points for the applicants to be clarified and also to be guided when the ranking or selection will be done. This is to give you idea so as not to confuse you with informations that will be given by others, and of course information that are not coming from the division itself. So it is very important for you to be aware of what is this all about and what will be in the future for you in the Department of Education, DepEd Sambuanga. So to all applicants, congratulations and thank you for your interest to join DepEd Sambuanga. We are all aware that you are all passers, so it only means that you are qualified and capable to perform the job. And yet, it is necessary also to determine how passionate and committed you are in serving DepEd Sambuanga, especially the learners of this region. So, may I reiterate some points for you to ponder and refer to the moment you have questions in your mind after the ranking. You are aware that this process, the first step is called ranking or the selection of teacher applicants, which the result will be the registered qualified applicant list, RQA. It's not called ranking, but registry of qualified applicants. Names of those who met the standard cutoff score will be found in this list, which is the cutoff score is 70. This is based on the 07. You are aware of that, as explained well a while ago by the speaker ahead of me. Be aware also that non-enclosure in the RQA will mean cannot be hired. So whatever the means that you are trying to access for you to be hired, it cannot be applied, considering all hiring will be based on registry of qualified applicants. As announced, RQA is done or is a result of the selection process, and it will be done annually. It was also reiterated a while ago that you may apply for updating, but ensure you're able to submit your letter of intent. Non-submission would mean that you will be deleted from the list because, as I have said a while ago, it's an annual ranking. And there is no such thing as called as automatic updating or automatic carrying of your name to the next year in the RQA. You should submit your intent for updating only if you intend to, or to be re-ranked once again, to be given full opportunity to be upgraded. In the hiring, localization is applied. But be aware that localization is up to the province. It is now discretionary on the part of the appointing authority whether to apply barangay, municipality, or provincial localization as basis for hiring. That is why you may wonder that sometimes the basis is provincial-wide, meaning though you came from Aurora, you may be assigned in Doña Josefina, or do we have that school? So it could be like that. And yet, it could also be that the appointing authority will decide by municipality. So now it depends on what the appointing authority believes to be the best for the division office. But it's up to provincial level when it comes to localization. And in the hiring, this is a thing that confused people, especially the teacher applicant. In the hiring, especially in the secondary, it is always by specialization. And both elementary and secondary, it will be based on the need of the schools. No vacancy, no hiring. And of course, dear applicants, since selection is annual, it will also mean that the RQA to be utilized for ranking, for hiring is the current RQA. All the RQAs now will be obsolete, not valid to be used for hiring. Every time new RQA is recommended and approved by the hiring authority. Please be aware of that because the management had been receiving claim that they passed the selection last 2019, 2018. Those results are not valid anymore because we have the current RQA. That is why it's very important to teacher applicants to apply yearly. To apply yearly or annually. The basis for the standard selection for teacher applicant is the 07. Not unless the 07 is exhausted, no DO22 will be used for selection. Master list of all teacher applicants will be the basis for substitute position. Master list. Therefore, those that participated in the ranking, be it in the RQA or not, provided you are part of the selection process, you have the opportunity to be called for substitute position. And this is one thing that I would like to announce to everyone, that never in history in the Department of Education that items are for sale. It's not for sale. It's always based on RQA. So do not transact with anybody when it comes to items for sale. No items for sale. Baka mamaya, manegosyo pa kayo. You're in the rank, and then you venture to this kind of activity. But then, in the list, you really will be hired. So please bear this in mind. After the conduct of the selection, ensure that you have a copy of your result for your guidance. If you pass the RQA, congratulations. If not, please look into your results and improve yourselves based on the results of your participation. That's the one thing that is very important for all teacher applicants. It might be not that this time is not for you, but the next time with your effort, you will become part of the registry of teacher applicant. And of course, teacher applicants, we value you, but please, no need to come to the division office to follow up for the hiring. You will be called if it's your time. We have the master list, it is posted. And then of course, it will be posted. And of course, as I have said a while ago, ensure that you will have a copy so that you will know if you have this opportunity to be hired, given that you meet the cut-off score, which is 70 or above. Teacher applicants also are advised to improve yourselves if you did not reach the cut-off score. Because as announced earlier, ranking is annual, or it might be that when the RQA is exhausted, you have the opportunity to participate in the recalibration, wherein we will be using DO22. Recalibration. So, re-examination of documents, wherein some of the points were adjusted, and might be this time, you will be achieving more than 70 and will be part of the registry of qualified applicants. So I am hoping the teacher applicants are more aware now of what are the policies of the division office. As I have said, no follow-up in the division after the RQA is done. It's not necessary. It's not necessary to follow up for possible appointment. You will be called if it's your time. Rest assured, we will ensure that the RQA is within your reach and that you will be provided with your score. If not, that's the time that you can request for a copy of your results. It's very important to you for your guidance so as not to be requesting for possible hiring when in fact you did not reach the cutoff score. That will be very embarrassing considering you are not qualified. So it's good to be guided so that you will also be aware what improve in your performance. It's either training, so you can participate in trainings, or your education, like special training, and of course, your interview. Might be this time you will be good in answering possible questions to be asked by the members of the search committee. Experience, of course, teaches us best. It's the best teacher for us to learn. And exposure plays an important role in self-development. It's quite difficult if you know nothing about anything. And it will provide you confidence if you are exposed and at the same time used to the situation and familiar yourself with the questions and at the same time the activity of DepEd. DepEd Sambusa, of course, is glad that you are available, considering that we have a lot of retirement that is going on. And of course, there are questions that were asked, but I was not able to hear those, considering that I experienced difficulty in accessing the platform, and yet I'm happy that I'm with you this noon. So with those informations that were given, I am hoping that we will not be encountering more problems, scenarios in the future. And I'm happy that you have this time for you to understand better your position as a teacher applicant. But to remind everyone, I am hoping that with this interest of yours to become part of DepEd Sambusur will also show that you are committed and passionate enough to be part of the teaching force of this division. Not only being passionate and determined to get an item, but to sustain that passion and determination to share your expertise to the learners of DepEd, Sambusur, and adjacent province. We need teachers that are committed, that are dedicated and passionate enough to handle different personalities in the classroom. So in the selection process, attitude matters most, considering you will be dealing lives of the learners. And of course, you will be working with other personnel in the school. You will be dealing with the parents. You will be dealing with the community people. And with that convergence of different community people that surrounds you as you discharge your duties and responsibilities as teachers, if that you are lucky enough to be joining us soon, it is necessary for you to understand that in the discharge of your duties and responsibilities, you have to always uphold the Department of Education as your agency. Because who you are will be who the department is. And who you are will be who your learners are. What you manifest, learners will look into it. As you are their teachers, you are their models. So with this, I am hoping that every applicant will be able to hurdle the process and become part of the registry of qualified applicants for year 2020-2021. Thank you very much, and hoping for a fruitful and productive selection process. Thank you, management, and thank you to everyone for having this activity to enlighten everyone as to the process and guide everyone as they venture to become part of DepEd Sambusur. Thank you, and once again, good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Makaraig Jacinto. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring and guiding words. Next in slate as our resource speaker this afternoon is none other than the Education Program Supervisor for Senior High School. She's almost incomparable in terms of energy and intelligence here in the division office. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Gleam Saison.
Maharani, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond Salvador, and Dr. Balde, the two chiefs of the CID and the GLD, Dr. Magallanes and Dr. Tardo, ESDSS, APS, principals, facilitators, participants, a pleasant afternoon. I will be discussing this afternoon the DepEd Order Number 3, Series 2016. The rationale of these hiring guidelines is that the Department of Education recognizes the success of any education system greatly relies on the competence of its teachers. Hence, one of the primary issues the department aims to address through its comprehensive implementation of the K-12 basic education program is the need for highly competent teachers in senior high school. The program plans to achieve this objective through setting professional standards that will better ensure that the teachers hired are able to significantly contribute to the development of lifelong learners. In this program, the hiring process is through setting professional standards that will ensure that the teachers hired are fit and competent to develop lifelong learners. Faithful to the merit and fitness principle of the civil service doctrine of the Constitution and DepEd's continuing thrust to enhance the quality of basic education. These hiring guidelines are hereby promulgated for teaching positions in the senior high school consistent with the pertinent provisions of existing laws, rules, and regulations. These guidelines, which shall apply to the filling up of newly created and/or natural vacancies for teaching positions in public senior high schools, shall cover the following areas or aspects. A, it should be announcement of vacancies and receiving of applications. Verification and validation of submitted documents, evaluation criteria, and selection process of qualified applicants. Letter D, appointment of qualified applicants. And letter E is monitoring of schools, division offices, compliance by regional offices. The scope for applicants who are already teaching with the department, with the DepEd, either in elementary or junior high schools, DepEd Order Number 66, Series 2007, on the revised guidelines on the appointment and promotion of other teaching, related teaching, and non-teaching positions shall apply, except for Part 3, computation of points of said DepEd order, and Part 4, evaluation criteria and computation of points of this order shall apply instead. Now we will know the definition of terms. What do we mean by part-time senior high school teacher? We should know these terms before we will discuss the lessons. Refers to a practitioner in a field related to a senior high school track strand who teaches in senior high school. Part-time senior high school teachers may teach in one or more schools within the division, provided that the total teaching load will not exceed 1/2 of the regular teaching load. Prior to application, practitioner senior high school applicants currently employed by the national government or local government unit shall seek approval from the head of his or her unit to teach in senior high school with supporting evidence thereto. So they should need to seek approval from the offices where they came from. What do we mean by permanent teachers? Permanent refers to the employment status issued to a person who meets all the minimum qualification requirements of the position to which she is being appointed, including the appropriate eligibility prescribed in accordance with the provisions of law, rules, and standards promulgated in pursuance thereof. This includes all level of positions as amended by the Civil Service Commission, number 15, series 1999 or 1999. Provisional teachers. Provisional refers to the employment status issued to a teacher who meets all the requirements of the position except eligibility. No professional license of teaching. Then what do we mean by published work? This definition of published work will be applied in the portfolio or achievements criteria. Published work refers to a copyrighted work as enshrined in Republic Act 8293, otherwise known as the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, made available to the public by sale or other transfer of ownership, or by rental, lease, or lending on an restricted basis. This includes work that are literary, scholarly, scientific, and/or artistic in nature, published in a book, journal, anthology, textbook, newsletter, newspaper, magazines, or any other recognized publication medium. So this is, you can find this term in one of the criteria in the hiring guidelines. Registry of qualified applicants, again, it refers to the official list of applicants who obtain an overall score of 70 points and above, based on the criteria and as a result of the evaluation and selection process set herein. Qualification standards refers to the minimum and basic requirements for positions in the government. They shall serve as the basic guide in the selection of personnel and in the evaluation of appointments to all positions in the government. The QS will be discussed later on, and this is always a term that we will be using as we go on with this orientation. Okay, another term that we will learn is senior high school subject groups. Remember that you are going to write the senior high school subject groups in your letter of intent. What does it mean? Senior high school subject groups Unrelated senior high school subjects grouped according to needed teacher specialization, preparation, such that all the subjects in any strand offered by the school can be taught by qualified teachers. The senior high school subject groups shall be the basis for preparing the senior high school registry of qualified applicants. Senior high school teacher applicants should also indicate the senior high school subject group they intend to teach in their application letter. So I would like to emphasize that you are going to write this one in your letter of application, the senior high school subject group. Okay, what are those grouping? Senior high school subject group 1A. These are the subjects: oral communication, reading and writing, English for academic and professional purposes, practical research. 1B, these are the subjects: komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino, pagbasa at pagsusuri ng iba't ibang teksto, sa pananaliksik, pagsulat sa Filipino sa piling laram. 1C, 21st century literature from the Philippines and the world, contemporary Philippine arts from the region, understanding culture, society, and politics, introduction to the philosophy of the human person and related specialized. 1D, media and information literacy, empowerment technologies. This is for the strands or for the group. In group 2, ABM and entrepreneurship, research and work immersion. For group 3, STEM. And the following subjects, the STEM group is divided into 2, 3A and 3B. 3A is general mathematics, statistics, and probability and related specialized. 3B, earth science, earth and life, science, physical science, and related specialized STEM and subjects. For group 4, it is divided into 4 specializations. 4A, agri-fisheries, 4B, industrial arts, 4C, TVL ICT, and 4D, specialized TVL home economics. For group 5, sports, and the following, and these are the following subjects: physical education and health, personal development, and related specialized sports subject. And the last group, which is group 6, is arts and design. These are the groupings of the different senior high school subjects, which you are going to write again in your letter of intent, because this will be the basis of the school that we are going to place a teacher in terms of specialization and teacher's need. 5, application process and documentary requirements. 1 is applicant shall register to the department's online system at application DepEd.ph, where they must include their personal data sheet and select the divisions where they want to be ranked. Once submitted, a UAN or unique applicant number will be issued. In the submission of application requirements, the UAN shall be indicated if available. Each division shall assign an email address, either its official division office's email or its HR's email, where the system will forward the applications. Applications without the UAN indicated shall still be accepted by the SDO. Applicants who are unable to submit the UAN may still go through the evaluation process, be ranked in the registry of qualified applicants, and be hired. However, the UAN shall be submitted to the SDO once it is available. An applicant shall submit to the SDO or the school head of the senior high school either stand-alone senior high school or complete secondary school where a teacher shortage or vacancy exists. A written application supported by the following documents. So I think it was already discussed by our chief to whom or to where our applications be submitted or our documents be submitted. So these are the requirements, mandatory requirements for applicants. Number 1, letter of intent, which shall indicate the following information. Again and again, I would like to remind our applicants to please do not forget to state the subject group he or she intends to teach. And I would like to remind also the principal to please see the letter of intent if there is a subject group indicated in the letter of intent. Statement of purpose, expression of interest. B, subject group he she intends to teach. C is the preferred school, if any. Number 2, civil service form 212. Revised 2005, which is the personal data sheet in 2 copies. Then a certified copy of certificates of relevant specialized trainings. If possible, do not attach any more certificate of trainings which are not relevant to the track and strand that you are applying. It should be a relevant specialized trainings. It has no credit if it is not relevant to the track and strand that you are applying. 4 is certified copy of voter's ID and or any proof of residency. 5, again, NBI clearance. 6, omnibus certification of authenticity and veracity of all documents submitted signed by the applicant. Additional requirements for applicants: certified photocopy of Professional Regulation Commission or professional ID card, certificate of registration or license, if you have, no? If you are a let passer. Certified photocopy of ratings obtained in the licensure examination for teachers or professional board examination for teachers. Another additional requirements: national certificate for TVL teacher applicants only. But if you are not a TVL teacher applicants, if you are applying for a academic track like UMS, STEM, GAS, and ABM, no need to attach the national certificate. Again, no need to attach the national certificate. The national certificate is needed only if the teacher applicant is applying for a TVL track. At least 1 level higher than course to be taught in subject to be taught rather. Example, NC3 in SMAU to teach SMAU NC2, or same level if there is no NC level higher. Exceptions are given to applicants for courses with no national certificates, like handicraft, like basketry. So no need to attach the national certificate. Certified photocopy, another one, is certified photocopy of trainer's methodology certificate, TMC, if available. Another one is certified photocopy of certification of proficiency recognition from recognized and respectable relevant associations, organizations, and guild. Then another one is additional requirement for HEI, TVI, faculty. What you need to attach is certified photocopy of certification of status of employment, service record, from the school where you came from. Another one is academic personnel applicants from HEIs must present certificate of service rendered and of good standing from her previous employer with the information listed below, if available: employee's name, job title, duration of services rendered by the applicant or employee, rather. Applicants who have already submitted the complete requirements during the call for expressions of intent shall not be required to resubmit. However, they may submit additional updated documents like new certificates and portfolio pieces rather. Applicants who have submitted partial or incomplete requirements shall be required to submit the lacking necessary documents. Evaluation criteria and computation of points. Teacher applicants shall be evaluated according to the criteria detailed below. The Division Selection Committee, upon recommendation of the School Screening Committee, shall ensure that each applicant is evaluated based on his or her preferred senior high school subject group. Okay. Example, applicant's bachelor's degree, BSHRM, Bachelor of Science in Hotel, Restaurant, and Management. The national certificate that this applicant attached is bread and pastry production or food and beverage services, NC2. Remarks. What is our remark for this applicant? The letter of intent shall indicate Group 4D, which is TBL Home Economics. TBL Home Economics. Then the national certificate that the applicant attached is credited, and this applicant is qualified for the track and strand that he or she applied, because the NC that he or she submitted is bread and pastry production, food and beverage services, which is relevant to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Hotel Restaurant Management and the TBL track in Home Economics. Sample number 2. Another example. Applicant's bachelor's degree, BSE English, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English. The national certificate that she attached is Computer System and Servicing, NC2. What is the remark for this? Indicate in the letter of intent is Group 1A or Group 1C. Because Group 1A is related to English subjects. Same in Group 1C. But the NC certificates that he or she attached is not relevant to the degree, and it will not earn a point because the NC certificates are not related to the academic track, which is academic track in a core subjects, especially in the Group 1A and 1C. So yun, tandaan niyo yan. You don't need to attach that document anymore. Another example number 3. Applicant's bachelor's degree, BSE in math or engineering. National certificate, computer system and servicing NC2. The letter of intent should indicate Group 3A. What is Group 3A? That is academic for STEM, for general mathematics, statistics, and probability. Those are the group in Group 3A. The NC certificates are not predetermined to the different criteria. It's because the applicant's degree is Bachelor of Science in Education, major in math. Okay, another one, as evaluation of criteria. Number 1, same criteria shall apply to applicants without the professional teaching license. Number 2, education, 20 points for applicants of the academic track and core subjects, 15 points for applicants of the TVL Arts and Design and Sports track. In education, 2.1, education shall be rated in terms of the applicant's academic achievement in his or her undergraduate. Again. 2.1, education shall be rated in terms of the applicant's academic achievement in his or her undergraduate. So what is the basis? To us here in the division office, our basis in finding the education, in the criteria of education, is the transcript of records. So tingnan namin kung nandyan ba sa transcript of, titingnan namin kung ano ang nasa transcript of record. Anong degree ang natapos ng isang applicant? It's not the certificate, it's not the NC certificates, but it should be the transcript of records in his baccalaureate's degree. Number 2.1, education shall be rated in terms of the applicant's academic achievement in his her undergraduate studies. Number 2.2, a transmutation scheme shall be developed for applicants coming from schools with different grading system. That is why GWAC is required in the computation, because it is necessary for us to reflect it and to so that we will know the rating of the applicant. And then another one is academic track and core subjects. Completed 15 specialized units plus 1. If the applicant completed 18 specialized units plus 2. If the applicant completed academic in Master of Arts plus 3 and completed master's degree plus 5 and completed academic in doctorate plus 6. Completed 15 specialized units. Makita rin yan sa ating mga transcript of records. For TVL Arts and Design, TVL Arts and Design Sports Track, it completed 15 specialized units plus 1. Completed 18 specialized units plus 2. Completed academic in Master of Arts plus 3. And completed master's degree plus 4. But it should be relevant to the specialization and the track and strand that you are applying. 2.7. If the points obtained by an applicant exceed the total number of points for the criterion, a perfect rating for 20 for academic and 4 subjects or 15 points for TVL Arts and Design and Sports track shall be given. So 20 yan ang education. At least 1 year in teaching industry, workplace experience. So we are now talking on the criteria of experience, no? Teaching / industry / workplace experience. At least 1 year of professional experience in the field under the track strand being applied for shall be given 0.50 points for every month of employment, beginning on the 13th month of employment. For example, CDL applicant with 2 years experience or 24 months experience in the industry, no? It's in the industry. It shall be credited when it is a TBL track. Industry experience is credited in the TBL track. 24 months experience shall be given 6 points. How do we compute it? 24 months, which is equivalent to 2 years, minus 12, because it will start on the 13th month, times 0.50. The total points earned by an applicant is 6 points. So determine the validity of the workplace experience. There is a certificate of employment. Business permits if self-employed. Like for example, you have your own business. If you are applying for ABM, applying for a TBL, and you have a business permit, you will be given a points for this. And other proof deemed acceptable by the Division Screening Committee. Applicants also have performed higher functions than the positions being applied shall be given additional 2 points. Supervisory. Oh, maraming mga applicants na they are already a department head in the private school, so they will be given additional 2 points. Or they are already a school head in the private school, then they will be given additional points. Teaching experience of applicants affected or displaced from an HEI, either contractual or permanent, shall be given additional or plus 2 points on top of the score obtained from the above points system. Example, at least 1 year of experience plus 1 point, more than 1 year to less than 3 years, 3 points, 3 or more years of experience equals 5 points. This is for the teaching experience. Then we have the specialized training. If you have a specialized training for academic or core subjects, the total points that you are going to earn is 10 points. For the TBL track, if you have a specialized training, then you have 20 points. Arts and design, 15 points. For the sports, it's 15 points. 1 point shall be given for every training, seminar, symposium of at least 2 days. Kailangan yung certificates nila is has a date of 2 days or the number of hours are stated or is being specified in that certificate. And 2 points of every recognized certification from a recognized association guild. No, kanang recognized association guild that is applicable to academic track. That is applicable to academic track. Okay, another one, TMC1, applicant, TMC1, because we have also TMC2. What is TMC? Trainers Methodology Certificate 1. Applicant should earn 3 points. For TMC holder 2, TMC2 holder, plus 4 points. No NCs shall still be validated with TESDA Technical Institute. And the interview, which is the last criteria, is equivalent to 15 points. Okay, this is now the evaluation criteria of what I have discussed to you earlier. So education, again, summary, academic and core subjects, 20 for the then TVL 15, Arts and Design 15, and Sports is 5 for the education. For the criterion of teaching industry workplace experience, again, for academic track 15, for TVL 20, for Arts and Design 20, Sports 20. Specialized training criterion, academic or core subjects, 10 for TVL, 15 for Arts and Design, 15 for Sports. For interview, all tracks and strands will have a points of 15. For English communication skills, 10, 5 for TVL, 5 for Arts and Design, 5 for Sports. For portfolio outstanding achievements, you have 10 for TVL, 15 for Arts and Design, and 15 for Sports. Then demonstration teaching, 20 for academic. For TVL, it's only 15, Arts and Design 15, and Sports 15. So this is now the summary, the summary of the criteria and computation of points in evaluating the documents. Okay, points shall be used for TVL. Marami sa atin may mga NC certificates, but sometimes it will not be credited. You might wonder why you don't have the points, because the NC that you have is not related to the specialization and to the degree that you have, that you are applying. So, kung minsan hindi namin lagyan ng mga points, it's because it is not relevant or not related to the specialization that you are applying. But for those who have the NC and then relevant or related to the specialization, NC1, ano ba talaga ang mga specialization naman? Merong NC1, it's only SMAU. SMAU only. So, kaya nga sa SMAU, kung ang applicant is SMAU NC1, tapos kung ang certificate niya is SMAU NC1, it has no credit. Pero kung ang SMAU niya is NC2, then it bears a points of 18, for NC3 19, for NC4 20. Okay. These are the topics for the interview of the senior high school, K-12 program, professional experience, instructional skills, technology, computer skills, classroom discipline or classroom management. Knowledge of content and materials / materials. Then we have the planning skills, relationships with administration and staff, parents and students. And the last is personal qualities. During the interview, these are the criteria or the criterion. 1, teaching ability. For criterion 2, it's about classroom management, which demonstrate ability to encourage positive student behavior. 3 is school fit, which demonstrated skills and need for development that can be a good fit for the school. Okay. Now we have to release a registry of qualified applicant, because after that we have to post our registry of qualified applicant. So how are we going to do it? The schools division superintendent shall post the sign and complete the results in at least 3 conspicuous places in the schools division office or in the website of the schools division office. And the RQA must have the contents indicated in section 8.4. And the school district will be provided with a copy of the RQA. Let us discuss a little about DepEd Order number 51, Series 2017, because there is an amendment of the qualification standards. Because in DepEd Order number 3, Series 2016, there is a little bit qualification standards there that about the elementary teachers applying for the senior high school. So this in DepEd Order number 51, Series 2017, an amendment of the qualification standards for senior high school teaching position in the TBL track and other clarifications on the hiring guidelines. Okay. For teacher one position, at least NC2 holder. So we don't worry if you don't have the TMC. If the position that's given to us is teacher 1. But in teacher 2, we need at least NC2 plus the TMC, the Trainer's Methodology Certificate, because this is required in the civil service, no? Again, if the position is teacher 2, then the senior high school teacher should provide the TM certificate. But if it is teacher 1, only the NC2 is required for this teaching position. For teacher 2, rather, 6 months of relevant teaching or six months of industry work experience is a requirement in this position. DepEd Order number 32, Series 2016. Addendum to DepEd Order number 3, Series 2016. Effective school year 2016-2017. Okay, I think it was discussed already by Sir Ganob. Next. It is clarified that contractual appointments are governed by the civil service law and policies. It's in the section 2 and rule 3 of CSC Memorandum Circular number 40, series 1998 as amended. Okay, letter H of this DepEd Order number 32. In cases where the appointment of a qualified non-left passer is to be submitted to the CSC, the school's division superintendent shall personally certify that the qualified left passers from the division registry of qualified applicants for DO3 Series 2016 have been exhausted and that the appointment is unqualified for DO3 Series 2016. And number 2, efforts to recruit, screen, and select appropriate candidates have been fully exerted. And the third, there are highly meritorious and justifiable reasons cited to support such appointment. So these are some of the provisions which we need to know, because some will questioning us after the recruitment. Next. I think those are the things that we need to know in applying for the senior high school program. What is important that all the certificates, the trainings should align to your educational qualifications in the bachelor's degree. No, in in your bachelor's degree, so that it will be credited with the corresponding points in every criteria. Otherwise, we will find the difficulty when we appraise or when we evaluate your documents if the letter of intent that you are writing is not aligned to the degree, as well as it was not aligned to the certificates that you have submitted to us. So again, I would like to remind all the principals, those who are assigned to check the documents, that the degree, that the group of subjects, and that some of the certificates are aligned and relevant to the track and strand that you are applying. That is the most important thing that we should remember in this orientation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saison, for comprehensively discussing to us DepEd Order Number 3, Series of 2016, and all other issues related to the hiring of senior high school teachers. We are in a very important part now in our program, which is the frequently asked questions. I know that you have a lot of inquiries still with regards to the many discussions that we had today. And as I've said a while ago, all you have to do is to comment your questions through our simulcast in YouTube and, of course, through our live broadcast in Microsoft Teams. We have already collected a lot of your questions, and now let us welcome Senior Education Program Specialist, Sir Ebenezer Malilay, and our AO4, Administrative Officer for Personnel, Ma'am Eva Castro, to lead us in our question and answer portion.
happy that we have had a lot of feedback from our teacher applicants, even from our school heads and our PSTSs who are here in this orientation. Of course, good afternoon to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, our ASDS in charge of operations, Dr. Bisminda Valde, and our ASDS in charge of academics, and the chairman of the Division Selection Committee, Sir Raymond Salvador. Over the years, we have compiled these questions, because these questions are always asked or frequently asked during ranking season. In the Q&A portion in the Teams, and also in the chat or in the comment section in the YouTube channel, there are questions that have been asked since time immemorial when we started with the Division Selection Committee. I hope that in the presentation that I'm going to present this afternoon, these questions will be answered. But of course, we also give time to the questions that are specifically asked, because besides these questions that are frequently asked, there are also questions that are asked which are not very, which are peculiar or specific. So let's have our first set of questions with from the field, or from you, our teacher applicants. The first question is, what documents should all applicants submit? This is a perennial question. The answer is very simple. If you are an old applicant, you only submit your letter of intent. So your letter of intent should of course be enclosed in the envelope or in the folder that was with the color assigned to your level. So with the letter of intent, if you have new documents or if you are going to update some documents, you also include that in your folder. But if you do not have any documents to update, or you have not earned any new documents, of course, you only have the letter of intent and the police clearance. Now, there are also questions. Do we need to submit the police clearance or the NBI clearance? So that will be answered later on by, the NBI clearance. If you do not have a police clearance, but you already have the NBI clearance, you can submit the NBI clearance in lieu of the police clearance. Because we have tried to make this as accessible to our applicants, because when we get the NBI clearance, there might be a long time. It might take you a longer time to get the NBI clearance. So that's why we ask you to submit the police clearance. But if you already have the NBI clearance, then of course, you can submit that. There are also questions why we cannot get the police clearance right now, because there's a long line, there's long queue in the police stations. As what was said, we can accept the receipt. There's just proof that you tried to get your police clearance. Okay, I hope that answered the question. There are several questions now regarding the documents that our old applicants should submit. Next is, should old applicants undergo teaching demo, interview, or skills validation? The answer, they have the option to undergo any of these processes again. This should have been indicated in the letter of intent and in the online registration. If not, the previous scores will be reflected. So you have the option to undergo interview, demo, or skills validation. But in the letter of intent, you should also indicate there, and also with the online registration, so that we could validate if what you entered or what you've written in your letter of intent is also the same with what you indicated in the online registration. Next. Okay, here, There's a question. I am employed currently in 51 Talk or in 51 Talk and other similar platforms. Will my service be credited as teaching experience? Basically, no. The answer. These are tutorials in nature. However, this will be studied further by the DSC. Certificates of employment should be submitted. So you can still submit your certificates of employment given that there's a number or a contact number of the employer. But the 51 Talk, as we have seen how it goes, it's basically a tutorial class, online tutorial class.
Hello, may I say something, EM?
There's a question for the TESDA NC2 certificates. For all certificates, that will be answered later by Ma'am Glenn Saison. Okay, so we have a lot of resource persons here actually, so they will be answering some of our questions later on. There is a rumor recently, this is the next question, that the police clearance should come from the PNP provincial office. Is this true? No, the police clearance may be had from the municipal police station given that they are online with their central office. If the clearance is not yet available, as what I've said earlier, the applicant may attach the receipt proving that they tried to get the clearance. Next. Okay, here. This is a question that we got this morning. I am from another province or region. Am I allowed to do the demonstration, interview, and skills validation online? The DSC will see how this will be feasible in such cases, in cases such as this. However, you have to plan your coming here in April to undergo these processes. So we are not saying that you cannot do it online. We will study this first on how we will do it, but include it in your long-range plans that you have to be here by April because that will be the schedule for a teaching demo, our BEI, or interview, and skills validation. So plan ahead. If you're from Luzon or from the Visayas, you have to plan ahead that you have to be here by April because the policy on the online demo, interview, and skills validation is not yet laid out. Where shall I do the demonstration, interview, and skills validation? We will do these processes by April. Please see from time to time the DepEd Zamboanga del Sur information Facebook page. So we will be posting our schedules thereat. I have not taken the EPT yet. Can I still apply for a teaching position? Yes, you can still apply. The EPT component in your score will just be blank. So if in other components you get high scores and get high results, there is a chance for you to be hired, given that you have, in other components, you have high scores. But if you have not taken the EPT, you can still apply for a teaching position. The EPT was already clearly explained earlier by Sir Antonio Ganon. The memorandum I read does not state that I should submit GWA for my TOR. Should I still submit this along with the other documents? That should be a question mark. Yes, you should. The GWA is very essential in appreciating your documents. So we missed to write there in the memorandum, but it is very essential that you submit. There are also questions that it would take them 1 week to 2 weeks. Remember that we are accepting, or the districts and schools are accepting your documents until March 11. That is Thursday this week. So you still have time to contact your schools or your colleges or universities. I was a volunteer teacher and a substitute teacher. Whose signature should appear on my service records? The answer, the service record should come from the SDO if you were a substitute teacher. The LGU service record should be signed by LGU administrator. It could be the municipal administrator or even the mayor. Can I retrieve my documents which were used during the previous ranking? As of now, we cannot release the documents which were submitted during the previous ranking season. So you have to, if you have a lot of documents, new documents to submit, then you have to submit them. In the previous ranking, I applied for Mahayag North. This is just an example, but it could be your situation right now. In the previous ranking, I applied for Mahayag North, and now I want to apply for Josefina. Should I still submit all my documents? No, because you are considered an old applicant. So you just need to indicate in your letter of intent and in the online registration your preferred schools district this year. So you do not need to submit all the set of documents. You just need to indicate in your letter of intent. Of course, you submit that to the preferred schools district this year. So you submit your letter of intent and all the updated documents. If you have already read this, we are going to reiterate this now. Your folder should be color-coded thus. Kindergarten is yellow, elementary for iPad is violet, elementary is orange, junior high school is green, senior high school academics, so that includes the HUMS, the ABM, the STEM, and the GAS, that's red. Senior high school TVL, that includes the AFA, the IA, the ICT, and the HE, that's blue. The senior high school sports, that's brown, and senior high school arts and design is pink. Okay, so do we have more questions from our Q&A section in the Teams? Because with me this afternoon, of course, is our chairman of the DSC, Sir Raymond, our EPS who discussed the 07, Ma'am Gay, our AO for personnel, Ma'am Eva Castro, and our EPS for senior high school, Ma'am Glenn Saison. Okay, we have a question for DOST scholars. There's a question: if are they going to go through the process, or are they given immediately an item? Ma'am Eva. We are back. We would like to thank the IT office for fitting us in the frame because your HR people are healthy people. We have now the AO4 for personnel, Ma'am Eva Castro. The question on the OST scholars, ma'am, should they undergo the process or given na ba sila ang item directly?
Okay, some DOST scholars are given by the central office. No, we already received the list of the DOST scholars without passing the RQA and without processing the central office will identify who are those UST scholars who will have the items.
So it's clear from our personnel officer that we receive here in the office the list of scholars who will be given the item. So if your name is not included in the list, then if you want to have a teaching item, then you have to undergo the process. But if your name is in the list, then you are given the item automatically. Are there any PWD privileges for the applicants?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have, ma'am. You will also undergo the process.
What we have is the EEOP, or the Equal Employment Opportunity Principle. This means that, of course, we will accept applications from those who are differently able. But you still have to undergo the teaching demo, the interview, and the skills validation. Of course, we have to cater to your different needs or to your special needs when it comes to performing these processes. Okay, this is also, this question will also be answered by our personnel officer. I am already teaching at another region or division. I wish to transfer to Zamboanga del Sur division. Am I going to go through the same application process?
For me, ma'am, I think you have to undergo the process in order that you will be included in the RQA, and you might be considered for the item of this division.
So that's also clear, no? That we have, or you have to undergo the process if you want to transfer from another region to our division here in Zamboanga del Sur. Okay, we also received this morning, hence the greeting, good morning. I am currently processing my honor graduate eligibility, which I previously filed in Cebu City. It has already been approved, but I do not have a hard copy of my certification yet. Should I or should I not include it in my application? Thank you. I think, not I think, but you should submit a proof that you have your honor graduate eligibility. Is this the case? I'm asking Sir Raymond. Is this the case, sir? Like you graduate from a specific university where you do not need to take the civil service exam or the licensed professional teachers exam?
She's preparing to atone eligibility for government service.
Mm.
But we are talking now.
Hello, may I come in? Hello.
So you should need
am I heard?
submit proof that you are licensed to teach. Except of course if you are applying for senior high school, because the license is not yet required. There's another question. Can I use my EPT result from other region in my application in ZDS? Yes, you just submit to us your certificate or your result or your score, what you got from the other division, because the English proficiency test is actually administered by the central office. So you just get your scores from that division and you submit it along with your letters and your other document. Oh. There's a question, in case hindi, what's that? In case may mga teacher applicants na hindi makahabol, malong na lang. Sa deadline, what shall we do with them? Yeah, so we all have already set the deadline in the schools and in the districts, so we will not accept late submissions. No more? Do we have more questions from our chat box or from? Okay. We will hear from Ma'am Harani, our schools division superintendent. She has something to tell us also, share to our applicants.
Hello, good
Yes, ma'am.
afternoon.
You can now.
Am I heard now? Am I loud and clear? Naririnig na ba ako?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, as I was listening to the QA, I would like to clarify things to the applicants. One is, though the DSC agreed to accept your receipt, but please be reminded that this is NBI or police. This is to determine whether you have committed or not something against the law. So it is necessary for you to file in advance this NBI. Anyway, the validity of NBI is how many months or 1 year?
6 months.
6 months, right?
6 months.
Yeah. So you have months to count to process, even with the long waiting. Timely to submit to the DSC. What will we do with the receipt? Can we determine if he's okay? He has not committed any crime. So we would like to suggest to our applicants to file in advance. You have 5 months to file to get a police or NBI clearance to prove that you are sound and fit to be in the service. And another one is, when it comes to experience, please be reminded that we are in DepEd. So therefore, it is always to be counted that your experience is based on where you have your teaching, and it will be considered always that the school where you are in is using DepEd curriculum, and that would form part of your experience. And another item which catch my attention is that if you are an applicant from other division and you wish to participate in the DepEd of Sambusor, there is no need for you to make effort to participate in DepEd Sambusor simply because you can apply where you are. And if you intend to be hired in DepEd Sambusor, you may submit your application together with your result coming from other division, provided you will be able to establish also that you are a resident in one of the municipalities of DepEd Sambusor. Applicants are required to submit barangay certification that you are a resident. So that's the only thing that is a requirement. If you came from a far place, no need. Do not take effort just to come to DepEd Sambusor and to apply. So you subject yourself in that division and then submit the result and your application to DepEd Sambusor together with a certification that you are a resident in a certain municipality. That would help you better. So you can or you may participate, but since you are asking if you can do it virtually, virtual interview is not yet an option as of this time. But what is available is that option to submit your result from other division together with your certification that you are also a resident in this division, that someday you will come home if you are hired. So that will give a more easy access for you to apply to DepEd Zamboanga. That will help you a lot. And another one is DOST scholars. You are provided with the information by the HR. In addition to that, and if indeed you are not part of the list, in the event you are not part of the list, you may follow up the DOST office to submit your name to the DepEd, because it's an agency to agency coordination. The DOST is submitting the list of DOST scholars to DepEd, and DepEd is providing, DepEd CEO is providing the division with the list. That is what the HR is telling you. So if you are not in the list and you believe you are a scholar, please follow up that you are a DOST scholar and you would like to be included in the list of the DOST in the central office, that you will be given an item at 3 years of the selection process. Ay maganda 'yon. Oh, 'di ba? Because that's the that's what they call return service. That is why you are given priority to be of service considering you are scholars of the government. Ayan, return service. Ang maganda lang dyan kasi priority na kayo, scholar pa kayo, binibigyan pa kayo ng opportunity ng DepEd, and now you are priority in hiring. They will provide you with an item. It's return service yan. Return service to the government. Yan yung kagandahan kapag scholar ka. And then another one is nasagot na yata ito ni ASDS Salvador na your 105 yata, 905, Presidential Decree 905, which is a Civil Service Commission eligibility. Well, it's not acceptable for teaching position. Kasi iba siya. You cannot convert a CSC eligibility into a teaching eligibility. We have an existing Professionalization Act. We have a PBET before, and it's a special examination intended for teaching. So your CSC can be applied to, of course, sa mga non-teaching na positions. Kasi kapag senior high school ka rin naman, di ba, you're still required to pass the LET to be given a permanent position. Yung sinabi kanina, di ba, in-explain na yan kanina. And being a provisional, so it is very important that within 5 years ay makakuha ng eligibility to be given a permanent item. Ang CSC talaga hindi nag-a-apply, hindi mo na convert yan. But, ito yung maganda. LET eligibility can be converted into a CSC eligibility provided the position does not require a special training. Yun. Pwede kang mag-apply, pwedeng i-convert. And hindi pa ito nakikita ng iba, uneligibility can be converted in only once. Hindi na siya pwedeng i-convert pa uli. May existing law niyan ang CSC, pero hindi pa yata yan napapansin. So once lang ang conversion ng isang eligibility, hindi mo na pwedeng ulitin. So I hope maintindihan. And another one, we have that question a while ago na he came from Mahayag. Am I right? Mahayag and planning to apply in another municipality. Yan ba yun? Okay, while it is acceptable naman siya kasi within the province. You came from Mahayag and then you apply in Josefina, so magkapit-bahay naman siya. But please be reminded that you submit your barangay certification that you are from this municipality. So dapat, doon ka talaga sa municipality na ngayon kasi magiging inconsistent na ang application mo. If you migrated to Josefina then you might as well ask for a certification from the barangay captain that you are now a resident of Josefina. That is why you are an applicant of Josefina. Especially that the division is considering localization by municipality. So with that, it's fitting enough that if you came from that municipality, you submitted a certification from that municipality, then it will be good. And if you migrated to another municipality, you seek for another certification. Though, it can be accepted, kaya lang inconsistent yung mga documents ninyo, ha? Kasi inaccept ng DSA, giving consideration, paving the way for you to be of the selection, but document-wise, it should be done it that way. And I think that would be all for the points for clarification and additional information. For the clarification and ease of those who are interested to participate in the selection. Huwag nang mag-travel yung malayo, hindi na kailangan. You can apply and you can submit the result if really you are a resident of the province of Zamboanga del Sur. And I would like also to reinforce the statement of the personnel that for those coming from other division, because a lot of you are intending to apply to transfer to DepEd Sambusur, you might as well head to the pronouncement that you will subject yourself to ranking, because we have also a pool of ranking of teacher applicants coming from other division to select who is best fit to be hired for those applying for transfer. Clarification yan para mas malinaw, and you will be guided accordingly. So thank you very much, EM.
Thank you, Ma'am Maharani, for the additional input. Basically, Ma'am Maharani is emphasizing that if you are applying for this division and you are from another division, you should have proof that you live here or that you will be residing here in this province if ever you are going to be hired. Also, Ma'am Maharani has also emphasized the need for the NBI clearance, because if you are hired, you are also required to have clearance from the NBI. So that is what's the importance of Ma'am Maharani's input. Now, with me is Ma'am Glynn again, Ma'am Glynn Saison, our supervisor for senior high school. Since we have a question, we received this question. Good afternoon. Pwede po bang, sorry, I'm not very good in Filipino. Pwede po bang mag-apply above Teacher 1 for a start? I'm from an HEI or from a higher education institution po. Ma'am Glenn?
The answer is yes. Since an HEI applicant has more experience than that of the new applicants. They have already the work experience. So in most cases, our HEI will start with the Teacher 2.
So our teachers who are from HEIs can apply for Teacher 2 item. Who will provide the topics or lessons for our demo? In the previous years, during orientations, we usually do it during the orientation. We give out the topic or the competency that you will demonstrate that you will use for demonstration. But since we have done the orientation first, then we will also the DSC will plan on how we will be distributing or how we will be identifying these competencies which you can base your demonstration on. And again, you have to look from time to time announcements that will be posted in our Facebook page or even in our YouTube channels. So again, we will be giving that very soon. Yes, ma'am.
I think for the senior high school, the topics relevant for the demonstration is
Yes.
for second semester.
Okay.
Subjects
Second semester.
offered in the second semester for the senior high school applicants.
Okay. So to narrow it down for senior high school applicants, teacher applicants, you can base your demo from subjects that are offered during the second semester. Okay, we have another question. I am an applicant last year in junior high school regular. If ever I would apply in junior high school IPED, do I need to undergo the whole application process again? Or can I use my points last year? Thank you for your time. Same. Yes. So you need to submit your letter of intent, and you have to go through the application process or no more. IPED. Yes, for IPED. You have to go through the application process again, like the demo and the interview, because that's specialized program. Will no submission of GWA constitute disqualification from the application? As what we said, it is essential, it is very important that you submit, but of course it is not a hindrance to your application. You can still apply without the GWA, but as much as we would like to ask you that if there should be GWA in your transcript of records. So it is essential. However, if we cannot really secure it because you have done your very best in securing your GWA, then of course you can still apply without it. Okay, no more questions from our chat box or from our comment section? Sure. Okay, so we would like again to promote our FB page. It's DepEd Zamboanga del Sur information. Announcements will be posted there by our Division Information Officer, Ma'am Therese Angelica Machi, our moderator this afternoon. We will also post memos there signed by, of course, our SDS and recommended by our Division Selection Committee. So I hope that what we have done this afternoon, since this morning, has helped you in your desire to be a part of the Department of Education. And we hope to be inducting most of you soon. So again, thank you and good afternoon.
Hi, hello, AM.
ladies and gentlemen, that is for our question and answer portion. We would like to thank our moderator, Sir Ebenezer Malilay, for heading our question and answer portion, and of course, all our resource person here at the division office. We have our SDS, SDS Jacinto, ASDS Valde, ASDS Salvador, Dr. Gay Abduhan, Dr. Florencio Caballero, Dr. Glyn Saison, and Dr. Antonio Ganu. And of course, all our AO for personnel, AO Eva Castro. And of course, our chief of the CID, we also have Dr. Magallanes. Again, we hope that this orientation has enlightened you all and helped you into processing our process of application and help you on and guide you on what to do for your application to be part of our teaching force here in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. Should you have any other inquiry, you may ask our school heads in the field. We also have our public schools district supervisor, and of course, you can message our authorized Facebook page, which is DepEd Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. And finally, to give us a last bout of motivation, no other person can close this program officially than the head of our Division Selection Committee, our very own Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Raymond Salvador.
Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to greet our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, my counterpart, Dr. Gismin De Valde, the two Education Supervisor Chief, Chief Tardo and Chief Magallanes, and all the Education Program Supervisors, and the members of the Division Selection Committee and the IT team headed by ITO Chester Bayocot. We in the Schools Division Office of Zamboanga del Sur, we are very happy and blessed to be able to present to you this virtual orientation for the RQA application process. And we are very happy that despite of the circumstances, we are able to deliver and give and be of service to all of you. We are very also happy that you gave your comments and your queries that would also improve our services to be able to deliver what we are being expected of. Rest assured, all your questions, all your doubts will be taken by the DSC, and we will make sure that we will provide you with the correct information. As mentioned in the previous speakers, we will be posting all other critical and very vital information in this RQA process. I would like also to extend my thanks to the people who shared their expertise during this online orientation, and I hope all of us were able to capture the essential information and that we will be able to fully capitalize this in the submission of our documents. So once again, thank you so much, and God bless, keep safe everyone.
So all our viewers, thank you for joining us today on our online orientation. Good luck to all applicants. Sulong edukalidad. God bless to us all, and see you here at the Division of Zamboanga del Sur.